Everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. We are on the EU servers right now. I think I'm on Black Tide. I honestly just picked one. We're on the EU servers right now, visiting our friends from across the pond. And going into the home instance farm at the moment, going to get that daily money. And take it from there. At some point today, I'd like to kind of sketch out... I finished going through and trying out every real healer in the game. Every healer that people seem to take seriously, stuff like that. And I need to kind of like put my thoughts down on paper, so to speak, so that I can kind of form a framework for a video where I'm going to just give my thoughts on all of them. How much does a home instance cost? Yeah, I don't know. I built it slowly over time. It kind of feels like I just got all this for free. It just took a long time, which I know is not true, but that's how it feels. But now it just gives me money. Tier list time. Yeah, I don't know if tier list is the right word, because like you can make a tier list for like best at reviving or best at cleansing, you know, stuff like that. Or, you know, best at carrying noobs. Or best at carrying pros. Oh my god. But I don't know that you could just have a tier list for just like best healer in Muck's opinion, because there's going to be different categories. Heal Kata win? I skipped Kata and I skipped Mirage because they don't seem real. This evening, more Guild Wars 2 content or Plunder Storm? It'll be half and half. We'll do some Guild Wars 2 in the weekly giveaway, and then I'm gonna get more practice in for the $50,000 tournament with Fairlight. Best of being Revenant. Revenant, I would say, even counting Tempest, I would say Revenant was one of the hardest healers to learn. Because you had to, like, not only do you have to learn what you're supposed to be doing and your rotation and stuff, you have to also learn the very awful energy system for Revenant. So at any given moment, like if you need to give your group stability, you not only need to be in the right legend, it not only has to be off cooldown, but you also have to have enough energy to be allowed to press the button. So like every single thing you need to do, there's 3 things you need to line up for planning. And if you're used to playing Rev, you've probably kind of gotten used to it and it's fine. But if you've never played Rev before, I think it has a higher learning curve than most of the other healers. Did you hear about a bridge accident in Baltimore? I saw clips on Twitter of some bridge collapsing because a boat bumped into it or something. But I don't know anything beyond a boat hit a bridge. If Heal Warrior is not top, I won't believe you. Again, top in what regard? If you're saying, if we're doing a tier list by APM, then Berserker and Firebrand, I think, would be tied for first place. Although Firebrand is hitting different keys, and Berserker's just slamming the same key. Yeah, Berserker would absolutely be top tier on the APM board. Maybe a tier list for accessibility? Accessibility is interesting, too, because, like, I would say Heal Bender is semi-serious, and I would say that it's the easiest healer of all of them to learn. But I think it's also the worst of all of them. It's functional. It could get you through a lot of the content in the game. But I would say it feels like the amount of healing it puts out is much lower than the others. Mug, preview the Lambett's Battlefield helm in the store and look at your ears. You've got to chuckle. Also, where's my Blish HUD? Hang on a second. Let me see. Alright, that was me waking Blish up. Okay, what helm in the store? Lamben's Battlelord. Search Lamb. I don't see a Lamb anything in the store. Might be able to use the dressing room to find it. Heal Kata works though. You need a staff to be able to give stability, but that also makes you able to double Geyser, which is like 70% down to res. Yep, Tempest. Everything you just said describes Tempest too, but Tempest is easier to play than Heal Kata. Could do a video on each of the major PvE game modes. Raid Strikes, Fractals, Overworld Meta. Go over each one, and the healers could be strong or weak in those modes. I mean, Raid Strikes use pretty much the same builds. Fractal's almost the same, and Open World anything works. It's in the Battle Lord's back and helm set. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Turns your ears into, like, weird energy. Yeah, I feel like in fantasy, there's two types of hoods. There's cool-looking hoods, and then there's these things that just, like, your head's been shrink-wrapped. This is the latter. The icon is for a cool-looking hood. The actual hood is the shrink-wrap. Not for me. I found it interesting you enjoyed initiative system on Thief. Yeah, it made it really easy because with most, okay, let's say you've got a skill that's a 4-second cooldown and you mess up and you hit it after 6 seconds. Well, effectively, you just increase that skill's cooldown by 50%. It's 50% worse in your rotation because you delayed in hitting it. With Thief, nothing really has a cooldown, it's just it has initiative cost. So as long as your initiative, you keep it below 10, you're basically operating as effectively as you possibly can. So, you know, you just keep it above 1 and below 10, and you're doing great. And I kind of like that. Like, there was absolutely a feeling of, like, I'm running this at max efficiency, and I love that. Everything else about Thief was awful, though. I love the initiative system, but, like, the Spectre, oh my god. Should I buy gems? And if I should, what I should buy? No, you shouldn't. Tempest doesn't run staff because Shout is better at stability, so you can run a Warhorn, which is a better support weapon and less healing. Okay, so sounds like Tempest is better than Kata. Look, when I thought about trying Heal Kata, I looked it up to see if there were guides on it, and I found one guide. Not on Guild Gen, not on Hardstuck, not on Snow Crows. It was on Meta Battle, and it was from like 4 years ago, and it had one post, and it said, kind of works on Doom and Kadim, but it's bad everywhere else. That's it. That's all the Heal Kata information I was able to find across the community, and I was just like, all right, this seems dumb. And looking at it, it's very hard to play and learn, and apparently it's bad in most of the game. So there's no point. Muck, how old are you? 82 and holding. Camping Frostbow is best healing and drives your squad crazy with perma pew pew sound. Oh my gosh. You look amazing for 82. Thank you. I'm still kind of waking up. Let's see. Deposits. And last, Guild Hall. The weird font when you spawn somewhere, is that part of... Yeah, it's a Blishhead thing. It's a Blishhead. It's called Regions of Tyria. It recently updated, and it does those big fancy intros when you zone in. Hello from Australia. I'm curious, since I am new here, I'm wondering if you could please tell us Chip's story. Basically, when you adopted him to now, since he is king.
Hey, look, it's the Tree of Birds. How are you today?
I actually have some old videos of him pinned on our Discord. Hang on a second. It's like Benjamin Button ages backwards. How'd your character just say praise Joko? Bertree, there was a statue next to the gathering nodes in the the 4th guild hall. The Mukluk Labs with Healthcare Guildhall, and if you interact with the statue, which I did by accident, he says praise Joko. It's a statue of Joko. Chip's story. Chip, we went to one of those events where, well, you know, I'll just tell it to you chronologically. Some ladies that rescue animals were on a walk one day, and they heard a meow from inside a sewer. And they looked in the sewer, and they saw, after looking for a while, they saw a cat. Hang on just a second. Let's see. Wait, what?
$5 from Thomas Ramos.
Oh, snap!
The way you quick swap your build and equipment templates, is that Blishart?
No. You just right-click on this thing, and the left column is your equipment, and the right column is your build. So you could do like right-click, left-click, left-click. Right-click, left-click, left-click. That's it. That's it. That is not Blishart. That is in the game. It is just buried. It is hidden a lot. Thank you for the dono. Yeah, that's it. Been playing for years. I never knew that. They added that maybe a year or two ago, so it hasn't been there forever. Okay. Give me one moment here. All right, so because it was asked. So, here's a sewer. There's baby Chip. They found him. Now, what they tried to do is they lowered this cage down there, and the cage had food and water in it. And what it was is it's supposed to be that like a cat goes in and it triggers like a weight plate and the cage closes. It just closes. That's it. And then they pull on the rope and they pull the cage back up to get him out of the sewer. He was so lightweight and malnourished that he wasn't triggering the weight plate. He wasn't heavy enough to make the trap close. So they tried the cage and they could not get him out. And he got scared of him and he went and hid. And there was like a lump or something they saw down there. It might have been nothing. It might have been his mom. They weren't sure. They couldn't tell. But they didn't see any alive cats besides Chip down there. Eventually, they lowered like a board down there to try to let him climb out. And they did a whole bunch of stuff. They were there for like 2 days, like in shifts. Credit to these ladies. They were trying to get this cat out and save it. Eventually, you know, after like 2 days of trying stuff, they finally, out of desperation, brought in a net and just dropped a net on him. He was not happy about it, but they pulled him out with the net. And then this is them giving him his first bath. That's how small he was. So that's him getting a bath and him not knowing what's going on. And he smells of sewer water. He is handheld. And then this is later on when he was hanging out with the other cats that they had rescued and they were trying to play with him, but he didn't know what play was, so he was just kind of like freaking out. But then we found him a couple of months later. I would say he was like just a couple months on. Like he had visibly increased in size, but we found him at like an adoption thing. And they had him there and showed us all that. And he took to us pretty quickly, so we were like, all right, yeah, I think this is our guy. And that's it. That's where he came from. Lower reflections. Wait, what? Muk, do you have any advice on how to make the game run a bit better? Some choice settings to make it run more stable. I could never get it to run well enough. I've got a beefy PC. JoJ hosts says lower reflections, shadows, lower character model limit, lower character model quality, tick effect LOD. I can just say these are my settings. I do turn down character model limit if there's too many people on screen and it's lagging. I have reflections completely turned off, and I have shadows down to medium. A lot of the other stuff I do have between high and ultra. But that's my settings if you want to try them. Okay, we did finish in here. That's in the aerodrome. Character model limit was huge for me. Yeah. Like anytime I'm in a big meta event or like World v World, I often have to turn down the character model limit. Here's a short of who Chip is. I don't even know which video this is. Choose a blueprint. Bakery. I think we already have a bakery. Yeah, okay. Can produce biscuits. I think we're already producing biscuits. Yeah, he sometimes hangs out with us. He's currently asleep on a chair in the living room right now. Monkey play at 1080p. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure I'm on 1920 by 1080. Good morning, Muck. Thank you for your low intensity, guys. Which relic is best for low intensity soul beast? I seem to be missing it. Hey, Cardinal. I think I had a pin under that video that has the relic added to it. If you have that video still pulled up. I went back to all the guides that had, that were made pre-relics, and I did a pin under the video and added what relic should go with it there, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Didn't see the YouTube comment until after the comment here, but it looks like a big healthy old boy. Sure, thanks for the info. Every time Mike is a character select, it's like playing Where's Waldo. Like, it works for me, okay? I know where everything is. Alright, that one's done. And that one. Wizard Dennis, sure. There we go. Skywatch Archipelago. Muck, would you trade a gift sub for the AFK ad? Yeah, I'll make that trade. I would do that. Archipelago. Yeah, in a recent video, I said Archipelago, but in the very next sentence, I said Archipelago. So you can almost imagine people watching the video and, like, inhaling to tell me how I was wrong, and then a second later being like, oh, he's just dumb. Mug, day 32 of coming to your streams. Are you going to play Stardew Valley some more? Or are you done making me upset? Yes, I'm still annoyed by the way you play. Do you think this is a fun farm game, Buck?
Jackals gifted a tier 1 sub to Arksmith97. They have given 39 gift subs in the channel.
I think that game is just not for me. Like, it was fine. I see the charm to it, you know? No hate. But I definitely wasn't, like, you know, loving the gameplay, so I think I'm good. Oh, I'm supposed to do this now. Okay, break time. Thirsty.
We were meant to be, yeah, dancing in the moonlight, gazing at the stars so bright.
Green Rob says, I'm at work getting ready to go home, and my boss comes over and looks so puzzled after seeing Wizard Dennis. Shout out to that guy's boss. That was close. Harder to control that without the sky skill. Dancing spammage was light. Well, we've only been live for 30 minutes. There's less people here than, you know, at the peak. Okay. Got any tips for getting back into the game? I haven't played since the initial launch. I've got no idea what to do. Hello, Clouded. I actually have a video that you might appreciate called Just Hit Level 80. Now what do I do? Which is kind of pertinent to the situation you're describing. I would say that, you know, if you feel so rusty that you can't play your old characters, you could make a new character. I came back to the game after a 5-year break and I just made a new tune and leveled it to 80. You can work on like world map exploration, like opening up the world map. Just do like a little bit each day, you know, like, oh, there's a heart, there's a vista, there's a heart, there's a point of interest, there's a waypoint. Okay, that's good for today. You know, just slowly chip away at that. The world map completion, and then also your story, your personal story. That's pretty good. You know, you could do like a little bit of that today. Aside from that, there's a bunch of suggestions in the Fresh 80 video that you might like. I would start there. Don't delete old character. Yeah, don't delete your old character. I was just talking about like if you feel so rusty that you can't play it, you could just play something else, level up fresh, and then come back to it. Nomad Crow, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Welcome. Let's see. Okay, so we finished that stuff. Oh man, I forgot Imperial Fragments can pull from the bank now. What? Insane. Absolutely insane. Do you know how to get more XP fast? One of the weirdest tips I can give you for XP. You know how when you kill a monster, sometimes there's 2 XP messages? The reason for that is because there's a system in the game where the longer a monster has been alive, the more XP it is worth. So if you run around and kill stuff that people usually run past, like neutral monsters, like deer and Dolyaks and things like that, they're often worth double XP because they've been alive so long. So, you know, don't sit in one place, but like run around a lot and just kill all the neutral stuff. You'll actually end up getting a bunch of XP, especially if you're using boosters and stuff.
What we need is a few good taters. Potato, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
I deleted my old character and I have no regrets. I wanted to go in with a full fresh mind, no ties to old character, just got money, not buying the game again. You think, yeah, but there's the birthday gifts, right? Like you get stuff, your characters get free stuff every birthday, and the last reward being at the 10-year mark. So I'm glad that I didn't delete my old character when I came back to the game 5 years later, because like the human character on my select screen, he's 10 years old. So he's gotten me some cool loot. And so today began the Great Dolyak Genocide. Also complete maps, you'll find a lot of untouched mobs to get XP, and also map competition gives you a good XP chunk. Hey Muk, what are the meta healer builds right now? Struggling to decide between Chrono Scourge and Makin, since you've recently made a few videos dedicated to healers. I want to know your thoughts. Those are all good. Yeah, those are all good. Talking about, like, here's my notes I've been scribbling on. Like, I would say, so here's all the healers, right? Berserker, Bladesworn, Herald, Renegade, Firebrand, Willbender, Druid, Untamed Spectre, Scrapper, Mechanist, Tempest, Catalyst, Scourge, Chrono, Mirage. Renegade, Kata, and Mirage, I would say, are not meta, and like everything else there is. Now, they're different, you know, they're good at different things, but, you know, they're all meta. They're all fine. Hey Muk, why don't you use the spirit that gives might? It's just not needed. I can give 25 might without it. It's, hold on, where's my cat? There he is. So, let's see. Like, if I was in combat, like, there's 19 just at the start of the fight. If I was in combat, I would be able to keep it at 25. So, it's not needed. You can use that to top it off. I'm using Mighty Roar from the pet, but there's multiple ways to get might from it. Hey all, does NG Condi Shortbow build a thing in PvE? NG Condi? Not that I've ever heard of. The NG Shortbow is a support weapon. It does healing and buffs and stuff, not really damage that I have heard of. What would you say is the easiest healer to learn how to play? It is absolutely not even close. The answer is Heal Bender, which is Healing Will Bender, a type of Guardian. However, the top healing output of that healer is lower than other healers. Like, it does have a lower ceiling. So, in my opinion, if you're using that to kind of teach yourself the basics, that's fine. But eventually you'd want to, you know, kind of graduate to a better one. But yeah, having spent about 3 hours on every single healer, some of the healers I've played thousands of hours, but I tried to spend a minimum of like 1 play session on each of them. Heal Bender was the easiest one to learn by a landslide. Like 90% of what it does is just auto attacking. When it auto attacks, it heals people around it. It generates a light field. It combos that field so that it's curing conditions. It literally has healing and condition cleansing on its auto attack as long as no one's moving around. But again, the healing output of it is kind of meh. Let me see. If I was going to compare this stuff, low intensity healer, kind of, but again, lower ceiling. Hang on. Can I open a new Excel? Yeah. All right, so if we're gonna do this, what are the things that we care about? Let me see. Easiest to learn. Stability, Aegis. Sabotages teammates. Spectre. APM. Can I open a new Excel, says the XIT guy. Captain Cello, I was narrating what I was doing because I'm a streamer, all right? I was filling in the silence. Shut up. Scourge seems easy. It's not that bad, yeah. Forgiving rotation. I have a thing I want to add, but I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. Okay. Elemental, Tempest, and Revenant basically are constantly swapping on a rotation. Like, Ellie might be like fire, water, air, water, fire, air, earth, you know, they're just going backwards. And then Rev is like Legend 1, Legend 2, Legend 1, Legend 2. Which means both of them have moments where they're caught in A and they need to be in B. And it feels awful. Caught in the wrong mode moments? I don't know how else to phrase it. That's called freedom. What else? Stability, Aegis, cleansing? Is there really any of them that's bad at cleansing? Warrior, I guess. Warrior had like Shake It Off, and then that was like it, I think. Boon Radius. Yeah, Boon Radius can be pretty big sometimes. Revive carry. Mobility. Having to attack enemy to provide the main buff. Trying to think of what other columns. Looking at my other thing. Tested, primary boon, revive tricks, boon upkeep difficulty. Free utility. Oh, that's a good one. For utility slots. That's a good one. Powerful toolbox. Like, for example, Guardians have, like, Guardians down here, like, their options down here are insane. Like, they have so many good choices. Like, here on Ranger, 80% of this is not going to help as a support. So even though I have the freedom to swap utilities, my utilities are not Guardian utilities. Are healers expected to do big CC? Yes. Every member of the party is expected to CC when the blue bar appears. Like, unless the healer is saving someone's life right at that moment. DPS, yeah, we could put that. Because, like, for example, Healbender and Mechanist do way more damage than Heal Scrapper. Easiest to learn, Sweaty Aegis, sabotages teammates. APM. Let's move that there. Do they have to change playstyle when changing which boon they provide? The only class that can just, like, change a trait and change the boon they provide is Chrono. They can be Alack or Quick by just changing a trait and then doing the exact same setup. Healer Scourge is supposed to only have Signet of Death if there's Flex. Flex? What? How about setup, like how a playstyle asks for a bigger setup to have a good effect? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The targeting stuff, like targeting teammates. Yeah, so I think that's just Spectre. I don't think any other class has to do teammate targeting right now. Skills that flip. I don't think that's a bad thing. Spectre Rev. Oh, if you're using Scepter. Hi, new to the stream. Are y'all discussing Guardian support traits? Hello, Fart Soda. That's not a word I thought I'd be saying today. I recently did a video series where I was comparing, like, every healer in Guild Wars 2. I tried each one of them for a day, and now I'm just, like, trying to gather my thoughts on how I think they do. And we're trying to decide, like, in what ways do we want to compare them right now. Perhaps content flexibility, unless they can clear all the content. Unsure if all specs are suited for all content or not. I mean, not even DPS are suited for all content. Like, the team that just did, what was it? World First Saris, they just, like, every DPS was a virtuoso in that group. Most rewarding? I mean, I think that's gonna depend on the individual. The results will be a YouTube vid? Yeah, the results will be a YouTube vid, but if I don't prepare sort of a framework of what I'm doing before the YouTube vid, then I'm going to be, like, just, the whole video, so. Need enemy targeted to give boons. I don't know if that really matters. So here's the thing. For those of you that didn't know, if you're in a strike or a raid and you give boons, then attack the boss, you'll lose the boons. The moment you enter combat with the boss, your boons are all wiped. They don't want you to pre-boon. So if you can't cast boons without targeting the boss, that doesn't really have an effect most of the time. However, I am reminded of Healbender. Most of his healing and cleansing requires being in melee range on the boss. So if you're in a fight with a lot of running around, like Old Lion's Court, it feels terrible. It feels absolutely awful because you're having to run all over the place and it's hard to heal people. Are there times where an invulnerable boss prevents you from giving boons? No, if a boss is phasing from like phase 1 and then he goes invulnerable for 5 seconds, it goes to phase 2, you could still get boons up during that, but you can't do it before the fight starts. Berserker Chrono Willbender can't boons without a target to hit. Does OLC even have conditions, or at least a meaningful amount? Do you mean like, do the enemies put condis on you? I don't think so. But it's a lot of running all over the place though, and people taking damage all over the room. Low intensity warrior support is good, but it's a bit much when it comes to button mashing. Yeah, I've got APM, actions per minute here, and yeah, Berserker would be really high on this one. So, here, hang on. So let's see. Berserker would be king of APM. I would say Firebrand is up there too. Let's see. Stability. Who has the most stability? Firebrand. And also the most Aegis. Okay. Who's got the second most? Maybe Chrono? And then... Scourge doesn't have stab at all. Hold on. I'm just thinking of all of the options here. Berserker and Bladesworn have stability, but they just had like 1 stack each. So, hold on. I'll just put that there for now. Herald and Renegade could give some. It's kind of situational. Depends on... Well, the Renegade didn't really feel like it could bring... Okay, Renegade felt like it was locked into having Kala and Centaur. It didn't really feel like it could bring Dwarf. And if that's the case, then... Then it has less stability than if you could bring Dwarf. So be like that. Scourge has Trail of Anguish for stability. Trail of Anguish is not realistic. It's in a real situation, it's not feasible. Trail of Anguish makes the little line behind you, and the only way that hits your whole... Like, look, okay, let's say, big thing coming. I just gave the 5 nearest people, even some over there, stability, okay? Just instant. That's how most classes work. They click a button, stability just pulses out from them. The Scourge has to run around and like Etch-a-Sketch paint everybody that's nearby with this feat. And if they're moving also, God help you. It's fine in some game modes, but it's just not realistically usable for, you know, many of the times when you could like, you know, stability your party to prevent an incoming thing. Scourge could take Weld, that gives like 2 seconds of stability. It's self-only. It's funny how much misinformation about that is. Like, I don't blame you. There was maybe 20 comments on the Necro video about that. I checked, I logged into the game and tried it. It's self-only. There are so many Necros out there that thought they were giving their group stability with that well, and they're not. There was a lot of misinformation about that. Okay. All right. So, let's see.
Welcome to Japan, kids. It's time for tentacles.
Willbender had some stab. Untamed did not have any. Druid has 2 sources of stab. So probably below even Willbender. Scrapper and Mechanist, I think each have a source of stab. So it'd be like... And then Tempest, I think, has 1 source of stam. So it'd be like that. Scourge has none. Chrono has 1. Okay. Alright, I think that's it for the stab column. So I think it would look like that. Alright, Aegis. Berserker and Bladesworn have axe, like, what? They have 1 Aegis, I think? I'm trying to remember. They had a banner for stability. What was the Aegis? Oh, wait, was it, Linebreaker? Was it Linebreaker that did it? Hang on a sec. GW2 Linebreaker. Hold on. Yes, Linebreaker. 4 seconds of Aegis on a 12-second cooldown. So, yeah, the warriors with staff have access to an Aegis from that. Herald... What was Herald Aegis? Shield 4, I think? Yours 2, Shield. I'm just confirming. Yeah. Herald Shield 4 is an Aegis. Okay. Firebrand has a bunch. Willbender has more than many. It might actually be up there. Druid can get access to 2 forms of Aegis. Untamed can get access to 2 forms of Aegis. Hi, Noxxi. Spectre. Oh, I totally forgot about Spectre. Spectre can do stability, but it's like in the rotation, so they don't have it on demand. At least it didn't feel like that. Scrapper and Mechanist. Scrapper has access to 1 single Aegis, and it's on shortbow, and it's on a skill they have to spam anyway in order to get prot. So that's going down near the bottom. Mechanist has access to 1 source of Aegis, but it's on the same skill that gives stability. So it's often not going to be available, so that goes near the bottom. Tempest, I think, has access to 1 source of Aegis, but it's not at the loss of anything else. So I can maybe put that right there. Scourge. I think Scourge had 1 Aegis. Was it Serpent Siphon? GW2 Serpent Siphon. Hold on. Yes. Serpent Siphon gives Aegis and regen and some berry. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was. I remembered correctly. So they've got 1. Alright, so let's do that. Okay, so I think, again, in my opinion, I think my list would look like this for Aegis. Alright, easiest to learn. Willbender's absolutely the top one there. Alright, so Heelbender's easiest to learn. After that, maybe Scourge. Now, easiest to learn and easy to play are not the same. Easy to learn, like you could just say, okay, hitting the 1 key 9,000 times per second is the rotation. That's easy to learn. That's not easy to play. Also, I just described Berserker. Right? So easy to learn and easy to play are not the same thing. So I might have Scourge there. I might have, like... Well, hold on. Who else is there that doesn't even have to weapon swap? Is there anyone else that doesn't even have to weapon swap? I mean, Berserker is definitely up there. Chrono was... the shatters were a little complex, I guess. Mechanist. I'd say maybe Druid after Mechanist. Scrapper Hammer. These are PvE support builds. So Scrapper Hammer is not a PvE healer. Engie doesn't weapon swap. Engie with kits weapon swaps a lot. You might be using like mace shield, then med kit, then elixir gun, and mortar kit. You know, so you're juggling 4 weapons. Ellie effectively has 4 weapons between the elements. I would actually say that Herald was the hardest for me to learn. Spectre was pretty rough. Firebrand was pretty rough. Bladesworn was not too bad, but definitely it was a little worse than those. Everyone, what's going on? Hello, Syax. Just trying to get out the framework for a video idea that I want to do. Trying to gather my thoughts on this. If Muck misses one, do this current conversation, please feel free to post this again. What? Hang on. What are we talking about? I haven't played the game for a couple months, and what state of the game is it worth it? What's up, Amaturos? Ah, a Naruto fan. I mean, game's going great. It's still going great. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played in a little bit, you know, Secrets of the Obscure came out, the newest expansion. It's got some new content patches for it. You know, there's the new Weapon Master training has opened up a lot of flexibility in builds and stuff like that. So basically, it allows you to use weapons that your other elite specs had access to. It's like you could use a Druid Staff while playing a Untamed now, if you want to, for example. Things like that. You're just going good. Okay, Herald, Renegade. Oh, Renegade. Renegade was probably easier than Firebrand. Untamed, probably middle. Spectre, Scrapper. Scrapper was a bit more of a pain. Let's move these down, and I would say, I think I'd put Scrapper here. Tempest. Tempest. I would probably put Tempest above Renegade. It's like Tempest was probably a bit easier than Renegade. Oh shoot. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. Scourge and Chrono. Chrono wasn't too bad. You just had to learn the Shattering thing. Would I say the Shattering thing was easier than Tempest? Probably. Because you got more buttons to learn on Tempest. Muck, you gonna make a guide to the open world legendary armor? Yes, I will. And done. It's done. There you go. If you click on that, it's near the top. I got you. Okay. Actions per minute. APM. Alright, so I've got Berserker and Firebrand here. Is there any others that really stand out? Scourge is pretty high APM. But that's after that. I honestly feel like it's just these, and then everyone else is just like a big step down on APM. Tempest? No. Dude, Tempest spends a lot of time staring at themselves channeling Overload. They actually have a very high number of buttons they use, but very low actions per minute, in my opinion. Because it's just like, you're just spinning in place and staring at your character a lot. Spectre put on there. Chrono can be high APM because of improved lack of continuum split. Chrono and Scrapper. Might put Chrono for Shatters. I don't know. Scrapper's annoying to play, like awful to play, but I don't know that I would say it's any higher APM than like Mechanist. Like, it's hitting the right buttons in the right order, but you're not like slamming them. You know, the buttons on Scrapper are not as short a cooldown as freaking Berserker, you know, F1 key that you're smashing 4 times a second. Sabotages teammates. Alright, I would say Spectre, because he makes them go invisible and turns their attack off. Untamed does the Snot Cloud and blinds your own team. And If your scrapper's using a short bow 3 also covers up red circles on the ground. I don't know if there's any other class that sabotages teammates. Caught in the wrong mode moments. Herald, Renegade, Tempest. Scourge pulling you into reds. Okay, Scourge can only pull you if you were already down. That's not sabotage, that's just them finishing off what you started. Scourge's barrier circle. Alright, so Noxxi actually told me that I was wrong in my video about the barrier circle, and that only the Scourge themselves sees the circle. I was told that the Scourge and Spectre yellow circles, other people don't see them. So you can screw yourself up. You know what, maybe I'll put it there as an honorary mention. You can screw yourself up, but you're not going to kill other people with that circle. The revive carry. All right. Scourge, Druid. Scrapper with function gyros. Tempest and the Blue Boys. Actually, Untamed has more than Tempest and the Blue Boys. Oh wait, I'm putting these in the wrong column. Should be over here. Ah. So probably put Untamed there. Ellie Auto Geyser. That's only if you take a trait that is... Well... Okay, there were a lot of healing builds for Ellie. The one that I played that seemed to be the default for rating did not include that trait. But yeah, I put it there because it's something you can take. Unknown number. Decline. You take Geyser by default. Ellie and Firebrand, if you look up like how to play Ellie or Firebrand, the community for those classes is not in agreement. There is no one build they all agreed on, you know? Like for Ellie, here's how you play Staff. Here's how you play Dagger Warhorn. Like they don't even have the weapons pinned down, you know? You should never go Air Element. You should have Air Element in the rotation. These should be your utilities. These should not be your utilities. You know, even though one of the trait lines was completely different on many of the guides. So, it's an option. I'll say it's an option, but to say it's just like the defaults, it's hard to say that because they're not in agreement. Sorry, it was just me trying to reach your car's still in a warranty. Noxxi, do you even know my phone number? I'm pretty sure no. Muck, I wish you do a guide about relics. Some are easy to understand, but others are confusing. Maybe it's just me being dumb. Don't know what's better for what class. Nasty Potato Coon. Another word I didn't think I was saying today. I don't have a guide on that. However, I think Valen does. That is how you spell his name. If you check his YouTube channel, I think he might have a guide to relics. Let's see, revive carry. Warrior with banner. Yeah, warriors carrying with revives is absolutely last place because they have one and it's on a long cooldown. Herald and Renegade do not have a revive. Blue Boys, Green Boys. Spectre. I think Spectre might have access to some really crappy revives, but they took away the Siphon one. Mechanist has none. Tempest has one, it's already on the list. Scourge is on the list. Chrono has some really crappy ones also. Put those at the bottom of the list. Alright. Free utility slots. Someone else suggested putting this column here, and I kind of like that idea. Okay, Herald, no. Druid, yes. Berserker and Bladesworn, no. Not really. Untamed, yes. I'm probably going to change the order of these. Spectre. I think Spectre was kind of locked in.
Mukluk dancin', Mukluk dancin'.
Scrapper, Mech. Scrapper and Mech have a bit of flexibility. Tempest. Man, I don't even know if I like this column. Because free utility slots isn't really defined. There are some that have flexible utility slots. Like, I wouldn't say Firebrand has free utility slots, but they do change them based on the fight they're in constantly. Hey, Splingle, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Appreciate you. They're usually called flex slots? Yeah. Anything that's not mandatory? Flex utility slots?
It's Amy a stick in the mud, Mukluk.
I think Berserker and Bladesworn had like one flexible button. Herald had none. Firebrand and Willbender could they could change based on the fight. What is the difference between flex utility and toolbox? So a druid doesn't have to have any of these three things to do their job. These are ones I like. You don't have to have any of these. I could run this for some insane reason and still do my job. That's flexible utility slots.
Huzzah, another month of mook dancing.
Toolbox is basically, like, for example, okay? What do I have in here that could help healing? All right. I got a knockback, a CC.
Thanks for all of the great GW2 content.
A 5-man stun break. Revive an ally. Pretty much nothing here will help. Pretty much nothing here will help. Very rarely, the Signet of Renewal maybe. Pretty much nothing here will help. That's not ever going to help. That's probably not ever going to help. So, there's a few things here. Like, realistically, as a support ranger, there's 5 or 6 buttons here that could be useful. And some of them are okay, but a Guardian or a Chrono has, like, give whole group Aegis in here. Give whole group stability in here. Do a reflecting bubble. Do a projectile blocking bubble. Like, just the tools they have in here to pick from are better for group content, IMO. Is toolbox column limited only to utilities? I mean, I could rephrase it, but that's what I was going for. Okay, flex utility slots. Druid, Untamed, Spectre. I felt like Spectre was locked in. Scrapper, maybe... Scrapper mech, maybe a little bit. Maybe like 1 slot. Tempest, maybe 1 slot. Scourge felt pretty restrictive. Chrono, you absolutely had some flexibility on Chrono. Alright, I'd probably do like that. Okay. Powerful toolbox. Because, like, for example, I felt like when I played my Scourge, I could change and use any weapons I wanted. They had a lot of freedom of weapons. But I did not feel like they had a lot of freedom for their utilities. They could change some stuff around, but it largely felt locked in. Hey Muck, I got a Guardian and Thief at 80. I can't decide on which to main. What would you say is better overall for open world group PvE, DPS, and PvP? PvP, I would say maybe Thief, but Guardian's also very good. But in terms of like all around for all game content, I would say Guardian over Thief, because Guardian can be quick healer, alack healer, quick DPS, alack DPS, pure DPS, or pure healer. Spectre or Thief can be alack healer or DPS. I don't even know if they could do alack DPS. So there's just less roles the Thief can fulfill. Because they don't have like quickness builds. So if you're willing to be flexible and learn the different ways the class can play, Guardian will give you more options. Thomas says never Guardian, there's too many Guardians. Let's see. DPS. DPS. Well, powerful toolbox. Scrapper and Mechanist may be an honorable mention here because of the kits. So effectively, because of kits, when a Scrapper or Mech looks down here, there's like 15 more buttons. So it might be useful. All right, DPS. Willbender. Mechanist. Untamed. Did Berserker do much damage? Most of the others were really low damage done. Druid? Maybe, okay, so like a heal Scrapper does like less than 1k DPS. A heal Druid could do 2 to 4, largely because the pet's attacking while you're doing other stuff. So I could put that there, but... Curious question, would you consider the minimum a build has to cover to be considered healer? What do you consider the minimum a build has to do to be a healer? Okay, that's a fair question, hang on. Alright, so... in Guild Wars 2, groups are usually 5 people, which is 1 healer that provides quickness or alacrity, 1 DPS that provides the other quickness or alacrity, and plus 3 DPS. So that healer that we're describing has to be able to do a lot of healing to keep people alive, as well as quickness or alacrity. Plus, they usually provide protection, regeneration, 25 might, fury, swiftness, stability on demand, Aegis on demand, maybe vigor. And also on raid boss fights, they have to do the weird mechanics, such as kiting on Doom, or flat kiting on Sabbatha, or knocking away the ads on Soulless Horror. I don't really know why, but as a community, Guild Wars 2 expects the healer to do way more. These guys just hit things. These guys are not smart enough to do anything else. This guy has to do way more. And so that's what we're talking about. 1 healer and 4 DPS. 1 healer and 4 DPS would actually, each DPS would do like 5 to 10k less damage. DPS. Because either they're all missing quickness or they're all missing alacrity, which are both very, very major. If only you had a video explaining this. Maybe. Okay. Teammate targeting. Where's Spectre? Spectre targets teammates. What was the... there was something else that targets teammates. Oh, if you're using Scepter. If you choose to use Scepter on Herald or Renegade. Vigor usually comes from DPS classes. No, I would say, okay, I would say the Vigor is the least important boon, but for some classes, so Vigor basically gives you more endurance. Endurance means more dodge rolls. However, a Mirage and a Vindicator can turn dodges into damage. So they want it, but can they give it to themselves? I think they usually depend on a healer to give it to them. So if a healer doesn't cover a big chunk of that list, the build wouldn't be considered a healer. That is correct, Captain. So let me give you an example of one that covers probably the least amount of stuff on that list. Scourge. Scourge provides healing, barrier, reviving, alacrity, so one of the important boons, prot, regen, 25 might, fury, I think swiftness, maybe from a relic, One Aegis, no stability. So it is the weakest point about Scourge, and I don't think they should change this because it's so good in every other aspect, is it doesn't have stability on demand. It doesn't have good stability on demand. So they pair well Quickness Herald, DPS. A Quickness DPSing Herald is one of the few DPS that can do group stability on demand and also provide quickness and also do damage. So those two pair well together. But if you had, I don't know, if you had a Quickness Untamed that was providing, quickness while trying to do damage for the group of the Scourge, then neither of them are providing stability, and that group is getting knocked all over the place like pinballs. The healer also has to Condi Cleanse. True. Yeah, Condi Cleanse is another thing. However, I don't know that there's anyone in here that's really bad at Condi Cleanse. There are some that are better. Like, Engineer probably has the most. My first thought here is, like, condition cleansing. I think the warriors, the Berserker and the Bladesworn, their Condi Cleanse was just like, shake it off, right? I don't know that there was anything else. Herald is kind of bad at Condi Cleanse. Actually, Herald, if they go into Staff and Centaur and just auto attack, they can do cleansing like every second. They can pump out a ton of cleansing, but they have to leave their glint stance for a time. Just want to drop in and drop appreciation and big thank you for the work you do. Oh, thank you, Haver. I appreciate that. Everyone I've had a heal circuit, the Condi Cleanse is real good. I don't know why. Because, like, for example, a Scrapper has multiple skills that consistently cleanse the area around them. A Scourge pulses out a condition cleanse like every 4 seconds. A Druid, I mean, just clicking the healing spring button one time is 60 condition cleanses on the party. And then they've also got other skills as well. So Druid has heaps of cleansing. The problem is more the classes that have like one condition cleanse on a cooldown, because then if you fight a boss that does like new condition, then they can't keep up. Like Slothosaur or something like that. Or they have to like just wait for, you have to wait for the cooldowns. The Warrior Warhorn cleanses. Yeah, but isn't the Warrior Warhorn part of the rotation? So it's not like you have that button ready when you need to cleanse. You're already spamming it for the other stuff, I thought. I'm starting to picture people who make healer builds as the conspiracy theorists with a wall of photos and strings. I mean, honestly, this game kind of brings that out of people. It's like, for example, just like on Ranger, if you want to give your group protection, it's like, okay, this can provide some prot, and the turtle can provide some prot, and this trait could provide some prot, and this trait could provide some prot. I don't need all 4 of these, I need 2 or 3 of them. So I can bring like this, this, and this, and have prot covered, and that gives me the freedom to change this to this, and that'll help with this other thing. So sometimes there's multiple ways to get all the boons covered, but you might be doing it differently than a teammate, and for other classes, there's only one way. All that ends up linking to chemtrails. Chemtrails. Oh my god. Okay. Am I happy with this? I mean, I could easily record a video of me just sharing why I put these here and, like, the reasons. Maybe healing output issues. And just put Willbender there. Willbender was the only one that has noticeably less healing output than the others. Warrior has Banner for light fields for cleansing, and also Warrior is probably the only class with perma resistance, ignoring half the conditions. Banner light field. Banners have long cooldowns. Banners have like a 25 or 30 second cooldown, and the light field just lasts for like a few seconds. Like, that's not going to... Like, that's a tool. That's not, like, going to take care of it alone. I think the light field stays for 10 seconds. Let's check. Combo field duration, 3 seconds. So defense is 3 seconds. Tactics doesn't say combo field duration. I think it was about 3 seconds also. Yeah, it's 3 seconds. So 10% uptime. Yeah, 30 second cooldown, 3 second duration. Nope. Line about whether or not people will be happy to see that class as a healer could help as well. I don't know. For instance, people like Firebrands, they don't like Tempest. I don't know that people have a problem with Tempest. Let me see. Are people happy to see you? Firebrand. That's it. That's the whole column. And honestly, I think that would largely be because of their reputation. They were, for those who might be newer to the game, they were undeniably overpowered for like 5 years. And it's less of an issue now, but they still have that reputation. That mindset is still there. No muck, that's why we're playing an MMO. Ouch. I main chant that Connie cleanse more for the next explanation, not for the list. Firebrand is good when surrounded by a skilled group that isn't standing in everything. Once they slam, tell them to, and run out of pages, people start dying. Gunsaber for caught in wrong mode. Oh, yeah. I like that. Yep. I'm not happy with seeing Firebrands. Like, yeah, they covered stuff, and I feel a sensation of resignation when it's accepting them. Resignation? Caught with your sword unsheathed on Bladesworn? Yeah. Yeah, basically, if you're on Bladesworn or Berserker, if you're, if bad things happen and you don't have staff in hand, you have to burn your shouts. And if that's not enough, oh boy, you know? Usually that's enough, though. Usually that's going to be enough. Druid for teammate targeting. No, you don't really ever have to. Like, a druid can target a teammate with a staff, but it's never something you have to do. It's just kind of, like, funny that it's there. It's just kind of like how a engineer can target an ally with their medkit now, but they never have to actually do that. Looking at your sheet, Mesmer is already pretty high up with Aegis, but you could swap a trait into utilities to have incredible amounts of it. You just sacrifice Connie Cleanse, but it can be a meaningful choice. Blurred inscriptions from inspiration. Chrono Continuum Split just before insta-death group wipe mechanics can also be caught in the wrong moment. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. What about healers for babysitting new players? I've got Revive Carry column right here. Firebrand is a ton of fun. Reminds me a lot of WoW's Holy Pallies, even Shockadons. Shockadons. How about villain arc potential tap? Like, which healers are the most chaotic good? That would just be heal untamed with this snot everywhere. Like, I'm healing you, but you're blind. Good luck. Okay. I think flashbacks from CS putting me right into a firewall during Soulless Horror. How about budget? Banner life field is 5 seconds, as you said. Obviously, heal warrior needed a nerf. As a support, do you need to upkeep all boons or just prot regen and quick alack? If you're not keeping up 25 might, people are gonna riot. 25 might, fury, regen, prot, quickness, or alacrity, I would say are like the expected. Swiftness, very good, but less required. Vigor, good to have, but less required, even more so. Like, Vigor would be the least important one. Reliance on having concentration, i.e. flexibility and gear affixes. I mean, everyone's gonna have to get a set of Ascended gear. No matter what it is. Vindicators without Vigor crying in the corner. Some of them can run to like 70% concentration versus 100% others. Yeah, like, for example, this trait here gives druids 240 concentration. So I can use this and, this trait will make it so I need less concentration to hit 100% on my gear. There are some classes like that. I'll be honest though, I would have to go back through all the classes to figure out which ones needed that, so I don't think that's a for today thing. Tanking comfortability. I honestly think I could tank on any of these. As long as you've got a block for the one-hit kill moves and a self-cleanse for the condition moves, which all of these have, I think you'd be fine. Where is Spellbreaker? Spellbreaker does not provide quickness or alacrity, so no one wants that as a teammate. Even if it... So a Spellbreaker with banners and heal staff could still put out good healing, but it doesn't provide the essential boons, so in PvE, people won't want that as a teammate. That could be a healer in PvP or World v World, but not in PvE. Is this in rank order? I'm just gathering my thoughts right now. Some fights require the tank to Aegis or stab. Not Aegis specifically, but block. Like, for example, when I tank Deimos on my druid, I usually just bring a greatsword and use the greatsword block, which is easier than Aegis, because greatsword just blocks everything for 3 seconds. I don't have to worry about timing the Aegis. Heal range is something where Firebrand will fall short, so he can't kite. Essential boon sounds like essential vitamins and minerals in breakfast cereal. And Deimos CM do need the group Aegis. Well, the group will need Aegis, but I'm saying the tank doesn't need Aegis. Like, if the tank has a block. Warrior can be high on sabotaging teammates. Heal Shout gives endurance, and there are a few classes that want their endurance low. Yeah, but they're not going to die from that. They'll just bicker about their damage for a second. Still hate how the expectation now is for the defensive support to bring almost everything. True. I see you have tried Heal Renegade. How was it? I honestly didn't like the changes. Green Rob, I enjoyed it so little, I didn't even take it out of the testing room. I learned how to play it, and I was like, God, I do not even want to go fight a strike boss with this, and I just recorded the video in there with my thoughts and left. I was not a fan. What about forced movement? Forced movement. Druid and Mechanist have a leap in on their maces. Continuum split from Chrono. Scourge, or not Scourge, sorry. The Spectre doing the jumping around with their Shadow Steps. Willbender dashes. I guess I could do that. I guess I could do that. Ah. What the heck? Alright, do that. Alright, so dashes. Chrono for continuum split. Mechanist and Druid have their maces bounce them around. Anything else? Spectre. Could just include an annoying quirks column for all the extra little frustrations that don't need their own column. Yeah. Annoying quirks. Let's see. Willbender, what was his quirks? He has to be in melee range virtually the whole time to be functional. What forced movement does Chrono have? Continuum split. How many people have seen like a funny clip of Oranity or someone else, and they move out of a mechanic that's going to kill them, and Continuum Split snaps them back into the mechanic, and then they scream and die? So it's not a forward movement, it's a backward movement. Spectre could stop you from attacking, yeah. Well, I mean, annoying quirks is also in the sabotage teammate column. But I put like Untamed Snotfield there also. Continuous split betrayal is a rite of passage. There's also a column has to burn useful skills for boons. I'll put that in annoying quirks. Healing boon range might be useful. I mean, you're gonna need to be stacked on the party regardless. I don't know that that's super necessary. I could do it. Let me see. So, okay. First thought is Herald has like 600. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to copy paste this. Herald has like 600. Bladesworn has like 600. Druid is somewhere in the middle. Firebrand has the little cone, so I'd put it at last place. But Druid has the snipe healing, though. Okay, so like Druid healing is like this. Like this is most of it. But it does have a few skills where you can just like snipe someone that's like far away. And be like, oh my god, I need to heal that guy way over there. So it's kind of a... There's a mixed bag here. Do you have a column for carpal tunnel? Yeah, I do. APM. Berserker is at the top. What about your healing depending on party collaboration? Like they could screw up your healing or boon. Who would that apply to? I mean, if anyone's not stacked, that'll affect everything. Another category, break bar carry. I don't think the healer should be carrying the break bar. CC carry. Whoa, what just happened? Wait, what? Hold on. I'm trying to insert a column. Ah, how do I excel? You know what? Muck it. There we go. Cut, paste. Alright. Okay. CC carry. Okay. Chrono with Moa. Druid with marksmanship. The staff on Herald and Rev is really good. Staff 5 is huge. Flesh Golem on Scourge does pretty big CC. Mech? Mech has Mace 3, Shield 4, and Shield 5, and they have to waste Shield 4 and 5 to keep prod up, so... No, not Mech. Basilisk Venom. Yeah, that can be a big one. NG Shield 5 is the best CC on some bosses. Yeah, but again, you have to spam your Shield 5 to keep prot up. So, I tell you what, I'll give it an honorable mention, but it's not something you always have available. Recall Mech is big, don't. I don't think most mech supports that you're going to find in pugs are going to be recalling their mech. I've seen it sometimes in like higher end play, but Sanctuary. Oh yeah, Firebrand is huge. True, 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 true. Big true. Like that. Actually, that would probably be above Druid. Mech Shield 5 on Bone Skinner, it does illegal amounts of break bar. Illegal amounts of break bar. Alright, well, let's just say it's situational. Fair? It's situational. Like, the Mechanist can't look at any break bar and make it disappear, right? It's going to depend on the situation. It's, yeah. For healing Boon range, Scourge is the best one. Healing and Boon range. Scourge is pretty big. Transfusion range is pretty big. I would say, actually, man, Willbender and Firebrand, both really bad in the range department. Something like this. Oh, I didn't do Tempest. Tempest is about the same as Druid, I think, but it doesn't have the long range heals. Where's Berserker? What was the beneficial range? I know Bladesworn at 600. I don't remember what Berserker has. Bow and Firebrand? Well, yeah, lots of classes have tools, like, okay, for example, like the Druid example. Like, I can mostly heal around me at this range, but I can occasionally save someone way over there, right? So, I've got some long-range stuff, but also, you know, the Firebrand has the, you need to be in a small pizza slice cone in front of me or you're not getting boons, right? So, that's also really annoying. So, I feel like that should be taken into account also. What about personal enjoyment? Let's make that the last column. Personal enjoyment. Okay. Alright. Let me just... Let's see, where's the other thing? Alright, I'm just gonna put all these here and then reorganize them. This is the big finish, chat. Alright, so... Mirage and Kata looked so awful, I did not even want to try them. Druid, Scourge, Mech were my mains for a long time. Man, you guys, Chrono might have slipped above Mech in my mind for personal enjoyment. Now, again, I want to really stress, I'm just talking about me right now. I'm just talking about what was fun for me. Scrapper has fallen for me. All right. Spectre was butt. That was terrible to play. Tempest was kind of middle ground. Untamed was fine. Untamed, it didn't feel good not having stability for the party. Firebrand was very, very complicated to play. If I put more time into it, I might enjoy it. As it stands now, it was very complex because with the tomes. For those that don't know, on Firebrand, the F1, F2, and F3 each open up a new weapon. So, combined with your 2 weapons, you've got 5 weapons. So on your 1 through 5, you have 25 skills. So it was a lot of information. Berserker was fun because of the staff. But the Berserker part of it was awful. Herald and Renegade down here. Willbender was easy to learn, but it wasn't fun. Tempest, probably above Scrapper and Untamed. Alright, I think it's like that for me. That feels right. Oh my gosh. All right. I think we've got something here. Starting heel drama. There we go. That's the name of the file. Okay. All right. I think I got enough here that I could do something with this. Okay. Hold on. We gotta unveil this stuff slowly. Okay. There we go. Alright. My personal preferences about your preferences that your preferences are wrong. After this video is out, the event we know is the healing feud would be unleashed. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm ready. I think I could take it from here. Alright. Let's turn down the mislock music a bit. I'll actually just turn the music off, and that way Noxxi could just like put in some like lower music in the background afterward. Okay. All right, hello YouTube, Mukluk here, and recently I have finished visiting every feasible healer in Guild Wars 2, of which there are a lot. There are a lot of them. I tried all of them for a minimum of 1 play session each, so like 3 to 5 hours. Some of them I have played for thousands of hours, and I know them better than others, but I tried out all of the healers that seem to be real healers in the game, and I left my own little notes, and this is a video of me just sharing my thoughts and comparing them against each other in my mind. I want to preface at the beginning of this video, every single healer here on this list are healers that can do the job, right? If you are in a group with any of these people and they know what they're doing, you can clear 95% of the content in the game. Okay, you'll be fine. Now, any of them could suck. They could be bad. It's possible. But any of these are feasible. So if I don't like something, that does not mean if you see it at a group of the future, like, oh, this guy doesn't realize he's playing a dead class. No, it's not like that. Just these are my thoughts after trying them all out. I will say, on the list of them, I did skip Mirage and Kata. I don't know if those are even real or if someone was just trolling me. People told me those were healers. I've never seen them. I looked up guides for them, and I looked on like Meta Battle and Snow Crows and Guild Gen and Hardstuck, and I found one guide on Meta Battle for Catalyst that was like 4 years old, and there was one reply to it, and it just said like, don't. And so I was like, okay, well, this looks like a pain to learn and no one likes it, so I'm not going to spend time on this because it looked awful. So without further ado, I have many different categories that I graded these things on. These are my thoughts after trying every real healer in the game. The first column I have is called easiest to learn. Now, hands down, the winner for this column is Willbender. There is a healer, the Healbender. It does most of its job by literally auto-attacking. It was, you don't even have to ever weapon swap, you just bonk, 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 bonk. You just swing a hammer a lot. It generates symbols on the ground which heal people. They're also a light field, and also by hitting one additional button besides auto attack, you will start blasting the field like every 4 seconds. I think it was hammer 2, and that does a combo that cures conditions. So by just hitting, just bonk constantly, you are doing light healing and condition cleansing all around you. Now, it's not effective in all content. You have to have everybody standing still in one spot for it to do well, but easy to learn, absolutely. Healbender takes the cake in that as far as easy to learn. Scourge. Scourge was the second one on this. The Scourge is... Wait, someone said, can you make the font bigger? Yes, tell you what, we'll do that right now. There we go. Okay, hopefully that's more legible for you guys. All right, the Scourge, again, pretty much doesn't have to weapon swap. Now, easy to learn and easy to play are not the same thing. If I told you, hit this button 5,000 times per second, oh, that's easy to learn. It's not easy to do it. All right, welcome to Scourge and followed by Berserker, okay? They are pretty easy to learn. Scourge, if you get enough death juice, you can just hit F1 through F5 every time they light up. But then you're basically just slamming your fist on the entire left side of the keyboard constantly to hit all the keys. It's, people joke that it gives them carpal tunnel. Very easy to learn, but it does have a lot of button mashing. Berserker is the same. Berserker, very straightforward. Unga bunga, smash smash. In addition to doing normal weapon skills, you're hitting F1 like every 3 to 4 seconds or less, and you will never have a second where you don't have something that you need to be pressing. So it feels like if there's any downtime, your boons start falling off and things like that. All right, like the idea of like the performer that's like balancing a bunch of plates, like that's the Berserker. And if there's ever a moment that you cannot be Hulk smashing something, those plates start falling down. Mechanist, very straightforward to learn. If things are going calm, it's super easy to play. They can't weapon swap, so you only have to learn the one bar. If things go crazy, more buttons start kicking in because you might have to swap in and out of medkit, elixir gun, mortar kit, stuff like that. But largely, a mechanist that knows what they're doing, that's hitting just like the F3 on the mech and then mace 2 constantly, is going to provide most of the essential boons and also do a fair amount of healing, regen, and barrier. And yeah, basically, if their run doesn't have any panic moments, they might not even have to get out half of their kits during the run. Druid, with the addition of Mace and Warhorn, which I'm happy to be on my Druid right now, you hardly ever have to swap into Staff now, unless you really need the wall to block projectiles or the 3 for movement. You're basically swapping between Mace, Warhorn, and Astral Form. Those are your 2 weapons you're using on the regular, and then the staff is kind of just like for special occasions. And so you are swapping between 2 weapons, but it's very simple. It's pretty easy to keep boons up. At this point in time, the hardest part about keeping them, and I'm not saying it's difficult, I'm just saying the hardest part of the things that you have to do is making sure you go into Alacrity to reapply Grace the Land often, because each application of it is only 2 seconds of Alacrity, so you constantly have to that a lot. But other than that, it's not bad to learn at all. Bladesworn, same thing. It just talked about easiest to learn, Untamed, Chrono, Tempest. All right, so at this point, it starts getting a bit more complicated. You know, we've gone from like never swaps weapons to swaps weapons, but it's pretty chill. And then this one is like, you know, this one doesn't really swap weapons, but you're doing with the whole shatter mechanic, and you've got to deal with learning to count clones and be like, all right, 1, 2, 3, shatter, 1, 2, 3, shatter, 1, 2, 3, shatter, 1, 2, 3, shatter. And it's like a rhythm game at that point. Not too bad, but it is something you have to learn. Flip side, Chrono doesn't really have to swap weapons much. They can. You can get more out of it if you do. Tempest is a lot to learn simply because of the elements. You got your fire skills, water skills, air skills, earth skills, Captain Planet skills. You got all of those. There was a lot to learn there. And I had to filter it out. I was like, okay, in fire, this is a DPS move, this is a DPS move, and that's a DPS move. All right, I don't need to learn those right now. I'm just looking at support stuff. And that helped me. It helped it out. But as far as easiest to learn, Tempest, you'll be reading tooltips for a while. Just 1 through 5, you've got 20 buttons because of all the elements. Renegade. Renegade and Herald, in addition to learning one set of weapon skills, and then another set of weapon skills, you've got a set of legend skills, and then another set of legend skills, and then you've also got the energy system. So if you're like, okay, at this point in the fight, when I play my Firebrand, I need to get my group stability. Well, on the Revenant, at that point in the fight, you need to make sure you are in the correct legend, and that skill is off cooldown, and you have enough energy to cast stability. So there's 3 requirements, whereas every other class is just, is stability button off cooldown. So there's 3, yeah, and with the Revenant or Herald, you've got to juggle the energy system also, which I, as someone who has never mained that class, that was very, that took a lot more time to learn, like way more than Tempest. Scrapper. Scrapper has the, I would say, the most difficult system for keeping its boons up. That's not to say it's insane, but it's the most difficult. You're constantly having to do blast or leap finishers, not whirl, so you're not allowed to use the shredder gyro for some stupid reason, but you're constantly have to do blast or leap finishers in order to keep up your primary boon, which is quickness. And also, to keep prot up, you have to make sacrifices, because they put prot on the skill that gives Aegis. They put prot on the skills that block attacks if you're shield. They put prot on your revive, and they put prot on your largest heal. So you have to choose some of those things to sacrifice in order to keep prot on the group, which it's weird. And I'll talk more about that later, but it makes it kind of clunky to learn. Plus, you've also got all the kits. You need to learn your med kit and your elixir gun kit and your mortar kit, stuff like that. Just like Mechanist, except the default rotation is more complex. Firebrand, tons of weapons. Their F1, F2, and F3 are each opening up another tome, and there's a whole nother set of skills. So similar to Tempest, actually more than Tempest, you've got 25 buttons for your 1 through 5. Because you got Weapon 1, Weapon 2, Tome 1, Tome 2, and Tome 3. So there was a lot of buttons there. Additionally, you've got like a cone of boon application. So you've got to actually learn how to aim your boons more than any other class in the game, I believe. And also pages. If you've never played a Firebrand...
Hello, Muck. What's new interior?
Not much, Thistle. What's new with you? With Firebrand, there is a resource that's called pages. Basically, like, they've got a book and it fills with pages, and they can burn those pages to do special effects. It's their mana bar. It's not nearly as complex as like the Herald and the Revenant one, but it does exist, so it's worth noting. Spectre and Herald I put at the very end. Spectre because you have to like target the enemy, target the ally, do this on the enemy, do this at the ally, and it's very clunky, and it involves a lot of going back and forth, and literally no other class has to do that. There are, you could, like if you're using Scepter on Revenant, you could do some ally targeting a lot, and then that makes it more difficult to play, but the default Spectre experience is quite challenging compared to many of the others. And then Herald at the end, again, because of the reasons mentioned earlier. I put it further down than Renegade as far as how complex it is because of the facets. So Herald has the Glint legend, the dragon one. So in addition to 5 weapon skills, 5 more weapon skills, 5 legend skills, 5 more legend skills, the 5 facets flip over to 5 more skills. So there's 15 skills over here, 10 over here, and also the energy system to learn if you're coming into it and you don't know anything. So I give Herald the toughest to learn award, and Spectre second to that. Now, again, these are my opinion, and this is if you're going into it having not played that class before. Okay, my second column, APM, Actions Permanent. So this does not necessarily mean a complex rotation. This is how many buttons are you clicking? That's it. Berserker wins. Berserker, you are hitting the F1 key like you might as well just like rebind it to a mouse button and just spam click it constantly. You are just beating the ever-living hell out of that key. The rest of the rotation, it feels kind of like you're playing a normal character, but you have to hit that button a lot. Firebrand, rather than hitting one button a lot, you're hitting a million buttons a little. So if Berserker is just like, I hit this button, you know, so many times, Firebrand, it almost feels like I've got 30 buttons and each one gives boons for 1 second. So I'm just like, just hitting all the keys, trying to keep up all of the things. Now, granted, I had like 5 hours of experience on Firebrand, but that's how it felt. Scourge, decently high APM if you don't rebind anything for your left hand, because you're doing your movement, you're doing your 1 through 5, you're doing F1 through F5, and then also your other skills. And some of them, like F1 and F2, are like very short cooldown. So you're hitting those very frequently. Again, not complex to learn, hit them when they light up, but that's high APM. Spectre, I also have here because of again, there was really no moment I felt like I had a break. It's just like there was something that needed to be done at every second. And then Chrono after that, but definitely less so than the others. And then I didn't even list the others, because the others, there's a severe fall off on APM here, in my opinion. The others all feel like more normal to play. Like, a lot of people ask me why didn't I have Tempest in this column. Tempest has a lot of buttons. Tempest doesn't feel like it has high APM to me. Because, like, there are times when you're just like, you click Elemental Overload and your guy starts spinning and I can get up and go make a sandwich. Like, there are many moments when you are waiting on overloads and you're just staring at the screen. You know, your APM literally drops to 0. So I don't think Tempest really needs to be in the this is rough on your APM column. It's more, you have a million tools, but, you know, you spend lots of time just watching your character channel big effects. Okay. Stability. And for those who don't know, stability is a boon, a buff that you can give someone. And what it does is it blocks the next CC that would hit them. Crowd control, knockdown. Knockdown, fear, knockback, you know, whatever. Firebrand has the most of it. It has, for many, many years, it was the only healer that had any. It still has the most applications of it. Just the default Guardian has ways of giving its whole group stability, you know, like stand your ground and stuff like that. Firebrand has even more with the tomes. It has a reputation. That reputation hasn't really changed. Chrono has a few nice ways of doing it, like pulsing stability from one of its wells. I think precognition, forgive me if that's wrong. I played it for 1 day. It was a lot of fun, though. Willbender has access to many of the Guardian stability tools, but not the Firebrand tools, so less than them. Druid has been given 2 sources of stability over the years since Firebrand was king. We've got one that gives stability just 1 stack, but it lasts 10 seconds instantly to everyone around us. And another, if we give up our big res, we could do pulsing stability in an area, which is very good if there's like a whole series of knockbacks coming, like the final fight in the Nightmare Fractal, for example. So Druid only has 2 sources, but he does have 2. Scrapper, for the most part, usually has Defense Field in their kit, which is 4 or 5 stacks with a nice duration, and it also blocks projectiles. Mechanist has 1 stability in its kit, and unfortunately, it's on the exact same button as the Aegis. So if you give your group stability or Aegis, you cannot give them the other one anytime soon. Tempest, I believe, has 1, maybe 2 if you have staff with Earth and you transfuse Earth. I learned it with Dagger Warhorn, so I think I had access to 1. Herald, if you have the freedom to... So default heal Herald runs Centaur and Glint. If you are in a fight where you have to bring way more stability, you could give up the Centaur to bring the Dwarf Road. If you've played Wither Revenant, you've probably seen it before, like a road is formed and it gives pulsing stability. One of the highest sources of stability in the game, it just gives a ton of it. And they can run that if they have to. Even if they're not running that on a fight, they do have a move in Centaur that can give a stability to their teammates. It just takes some setup and it's annoying, but if you're a teammate to a Herald, you might not realize everything they had to go through to do that. And you'll just be like, oh, he gave us stability. Nice. Berserker and Bladesworn, I believe, have access to 1 stability through one of the banners. And Renegade feels less like... Okay, Renegade is the same as the Herald in that Centaur can provide 1 stability, but if you swap to Dwarf, you can get more. However, Renegade, I really didn't feel like I could swap because it felt like the Centaur and also the Kala were like required to do my job. Maybe someone who's better at Revenant than me could substitute one of them for the Dwarf, but so that's why I put it lower. Spectre. Spectre does have stability in its kit. I believe Spectre Shroud 5 and also one of its Shadow Step things had stability. However, both of them were used in the rotation, which means they would sometimes happen to be up when the thing was going to knock your group down, and sometimes they wouldn't, and muck you. You don't get to choose. So that was kind of rough. They were in the rotation, kind of like how Scrapper might have to use their protection short bow arrow to keep prot up, and then they don't have Aegis because it's the same muck and key. So that's why I put it there. It does have it, but it's attached to other things. There are some classes that aren't on this list at all, like Untamed, because they don't have stability at all. Aegis. All right, very similar to the last column. Does the healer provide Aegis? Firebrand and Chrono and Willbender, they all have great sources of Aegis through utility skills, and Firebrand has some stuff from Tomes, I think. Druid has access to Druid and Untamed have 2 ways of giving Aegis. One is Stone Spirit, and one is the White Tiger's Roar. If they bring that pet, has access to another one. Good for something like Deimos. Scourge has access to 1 Aegis, I believe, which is Serpent Siphon. But that also is one of their sources of regens. They just have to make sure regen's covered by other things if they're saving that skill for Aegis. Tempest, I believe, had 1 shout that gives Aegis. Berserker and Bladesworn had... I've learned a lot lately. Give me a sec. Linebreaker, Staff 3. Linebreaker gives Aegis, and it's only a 12-second cooldown. You're typically spamming it to keep boons up, so you just need to make sure that you let it stay ready if you know there's a moment coming soon where you need the Aegis. Herald, Shield 4 has Aegis, so he's got access to at least 1. Mechanist, as I mentioned in the last column, he has 1 Aegis, but it's on the same button as stability. By the way, that 1 button is called Crisis Zone. It's stability, it's Aegis, it's condition cleanse on your whole group, it's a stun break, I believe, for your group. It does a lot. So the downside is if you use it for any of those things, all those things are on cooldown. Scrapper, I believe the only way Scrapper has access to Aegis is if they're using shortbow. And again, it's on the same button as Prot. So if you're trying to keep Prot up, you may accidentally use your Aegis when you should have saved it, which feels bad. But that's the only source I know of on them. Can already see Scourge has stability comments on YouTube. Oh my god, let's talk about that. Okay, there's a lot of misinformation about Scourge with stability. Okay, so first off, does Scourge provide stability? Technically, it has Trail of Anguish. Trail of Anguish draws sand on the ground, a very thin line, and if it touches an ally, they get a very short duration stability. There's also a well that gives self-only stability. There's a lot of misinformation on this. I have had like 20 people in YouTube comments in previous videos tell me, you forgot about the well. The well gives stability to self for like 1 second, and then it pulses a completely different boon. It doesn't give the stability to other people, and it doesn't pulse the stability. It doesn't do stability. It's a self for 1 second stab. I don't even know why it's there. Now, Trail of Anguish does provide stability, but people have to literally be standing on, either you're stacked so tight you're like on the head of a pin, or you're able to precast it and then you stop what you're doing to move around and draw on the other people on the floor. Whereas other classes, nearly all the other classes do this. Instant. Instant, if you're anywhere in the zip code, you've got it. All right, like that's it. And during that, I mucked up my mouse sensitivity. Hang on. Okay, so that's why I have that way down there on the stability column. Trail of Anguish is just way worse than every other class's options for stab. All right, and then I think I finished talking about Aegis. All right, next column. Sabotages teammates. Oh boy. All right, so Spectre. Spectre occasionally will use, I should rephrase this. The Spectre build I learned occasionally used Blinding Powder in order to go into stealth, which would then allow it to do its healing ambush which was a bunch of boons and healing and barrier for the team. However, the blinding powder hits allies too, and when they go invisible, it stops their attacks. Now, I believe there are some other ways to play Spectre, and I hope they're better, because that was awful. There was even a note on Snowcrows that said, warning, don't group with Deadeyes with this build, it destroys them. It will ruin their day. All right, so Spectre turns teammates' attacks off from time to time. Untamed has the blinding green snot cloud. And because I happen to be on our green fella here, if I do this, and then I do this, and then I do, let me see here. Waiting on the cooldown, waiting on the cooldown. I gotta wait on the silly little icon here. Okay, and then this is the other one. Like, and those two overlap. These green particle effects follow the Untamed, and they cover the ground. So you can have teammates stand in red circles they could not see because you blinded their screen with green snot. I've mentioned this in the previous video. The art department, that's a really interesting effect. It's kind of neat. In practice, though, it just doesn't work. It's way too interfering. And you might be like, oh, well, you can turn your graphics down. Yeah, but I can't turn theirs down. And if they see it, they make mistakes. All right, Scrapper. There's only one thing. The new Shortbow 3, I think, on Scrapper, it makes these blue puddles. And again, they cover red circles. They make red circles impossible to see while they're out. Scourge and Spectre, they actually sabotage themselves. They make a giant yellow expanding circle from time to time. Only they see it, I have been told. But I have dodged, and I've been told many other people have dodged out of their own yellow circles so many times. It makes it difficult to see other things. That graphic is not great. In some way, shape, or form, I would love for that to be changed, or have an option in the options menu to change it, because it covers a lot of what's going on the ground. So I'm not a fan of that. Spectre's so bad it's in that column twice. Yeah. All right, sorry. It's there because of stealthing teammates, and it's there because of self-sabotage. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. All right. Another column. What I like to call caught in the wrong mode moments. Does your healer have a moment where it's like, man, I could be saving that guy, except I'm currently like this, and I can't save him right now. I can't do that. And actually, I think Druid should be here too. Okay. So first up, Herald and Renegade. The reason is the legends and the weapon swapping. So the legends, most Revenant builds that I found are constantly swapping between the legends. They might be like, Glint, Centaur, or Kala, Centaur. If something happens and you needed to be in Legend A and you're currently in Legend B and you don't have the ability to swap off cooldown, it feels bad. Tempest. Tempest typically is going, what is it? Fire, fire overload. Water, air, earth, earth overload. Air, water, fire, fire overload. Water, air, earth, earth overload. That's it. They're playing Guitar Hero in the back, all right? Like, you're doing your thing. They're playing Guitar Hero behind you. If you get in trouble and they're not in water, they will probably use Wash the Pain Away, their shout heal. If you're in trouble still and they're not in water, and they can't go to water at that moment because it's on cooldown, it's a bad time. If they can get into the water element, they have a lot of tools there that can help you, but they don't sit in the heal element, which feels weird. All right? They spend so much time in fire to keep your might up, and they spend so much time in earth to keep other stuff up, and they have to overload things to keep a lack up. So it's like the entire buff system of Tempest basically is stay in the actual healing element as little as possible. Bladesworn, I put that there because of the Gunsaber. The Warrior Staff feels amazing. But after you're using Warrior Staff for a while, you're enjoying the game, and then you have to do a Dragon Slash in order to give your group alacrity. So you do the Weeb Slash, and everyone's impressed by your mastery over spacetime, and then it automatically puts you into the Gunsaber weapon. you're stuck there for like 3 to 5 seconds, and it does not help with support other than proccing a trait called Lush Forest. So if people get in trouble and you're in that phase, you have to burn your shout heals to save them. This is similar to Tempest. If they're still in trouble, you are really praying staff swap comes off cooldown. Like, the staff is so good, it makes all the other parts of, like I would not even recommend playing Alack Bladesworn, except for the fact that it provides a lot. Like, I honestly think that core warrior with staff feels better. But the Bladesworn part provides the alacrity, and people need that. Similarly, Berserker, much less so. Berserker, you swap from the staff to something else with the Warhorn to keep the Warhorn boons up, and then back to staff as soon as possible, and you do that frequently. And again, the main reason is to keep the boons up, so you occasionally put the amazing weapon away, and then you could be caught out without it. Chrono, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember why I put this here. I don't even remember why I put Chrono here. Why did I put Chrono there? Caught in the wrong mode moments. Continuum split? Maybe like an honorable mention. All right, so first I'll say Druid. Druid has the Astral Power System, which, just because I happen to be on him right now, Druid has to occasionally go into this form. In this form, they've got really big heals, and they also have some ranged heals, and everything they do provides alacrity around them. Now, the problem is that form also changes your glyph skills. If I go into that form, this skill becomes a massive res that could save 10 people's lives. If I'm not in that form, this is not a res. So sometimes I go into that form and I provide a bunch of alacrity to people. I leave that form, and then they take huge hits. I have less healing output because I don't have access to that form. Or, God forbid, 5 people go downstate because they mess up a mechanic. I can't AoE res them because I gave them alacrity recently. I don't like that design, and it has major caught in the wrong moments. So, because you are constantly forced into that form, your healing output looks like this. It almost looks like a heartbeat monitor. So it's just like, I'm an Astral, I'm a great healer, I'm out of Astral, I still heal, but lower, and it just keeps doing like that. And if you have a problem when I'm leaving Astral, it's going to be a while before we could try to fix that, and you might be dead by then. So Chrono, I guess, was here because of Continuum Split. There is, sometimes something could happen while you're in Continuum Split, and it could mess things up, but honestly, it's way less than all those other things. Okay. Revive carry. Can the healer we're talking about carry a group with revives? Scourge, number one. They greatly they nerfed the ability for Scourges to revive as hard as they were in the past, like a year ago. They are still way better than everybody else. On like a 10, 12 second cooldown, they can pull all nearby downstates to them and start reviving them. That's not even counting the fact that they could press the F key just like anybody to revive them even faster. So they can pull them out of bad stuff. They also have a passive where anybody near them is not bleeding out while they're in downstate. Okay? They're not bleeding to death. So you have all the time in the world to get them up as long as they're not in fire. Additionally, like, they also have Well of Blood, which can help revive. They have a trait for an extra Well of Blood, which can help revive. They have Signet of Undeath for a targeted long-range revive. They've got the most tools in that department. Second and third place, Druid and Untamed, in my opinion. They have a trait called Ally's Aid, where your pet helps you revive, so your revive is twice as fast. And you can start reviving and then just cancel it and go do something else, and your pet will finish getting them up. Search and Rescue is another skill you can choose to bring, which pulls an ally to you and your pet starts reviving them. Again, you can join in or just let the pet finish it. Those are both less than a 1 minute cooldown. And then Glyph of the Stars is the massive AoE res in an area. And then if you're Untamed, you don't have Glyph of the Stars, you'd use Spirit of Nature, which is almost the same thing, but it's got a 2 minute cooldown instead of like a 1 minute cooldown. So those are both, they both have 3 revive tools if you bring them all, which you can choose to or choose not to. Scrapper has 1 revive tool, which is the function gyro, but it's on a very, very short cooldown. You can send those out to save people. Once upon a time, I did a raid where I revived with, I raided with a bunch of people from ArenaNet, and while I was doing that, I ended up getting like 50 revives or something, and we still killed Karen. And that would have been a lot more wipes if I hadn't been bringing that character at that time. Tempest. Tempest has a revive with a signet, and it also has the geyser, which helps revive faster if they choose to bring that trait or the staff, or both. Firebrand and Willbender both have Signet of Mercy if they choose to bring it. Berserker and Bladesworn have the Banner Res if they choose to bring it. However, it has a much longer cooldown. Spectre and Chrono both have skills that help revive, but neither of them have a you're up. You know? Like, neither of them have a skill that just goes, this skill's now on cooldown and that guy's life is saved, period. They don't have that. They have skills that help revive. Spectre used to have Siphon. It's not really a thing anymore. Chrono has feedback traits that can help revive, but only in some situations. And that's basically it. The other classes, I don't think they really had, like, Mechanist and Revenants. They don't have any way of helping revive at all. Flex utility slots. Oh yeah, Guardian also has Merciful Intervention. You're right. Flex utility slots. Druid and Untamed. Very flexible. Literally none of these 3 skills are required. You can change these for whatever you need based on the fight. Chrono has a lot of flexibility down there also. Firebrand and Willbender, they almost have choice paralysis. They have too many good things here, and it's tough to choose what they want to bring to the fight. Scourge has maybe maybe Serpent Siphon is required, and the other 2 can be flex. Tempest, you're probably going to want either the Stability Shout or the Aegis Shout, or both, and then you've got a little bit of flexibility there. Scrapper and Mechanist, they almost always use the same skills, but they absolutely have the ability to swap one out for something else, like if they want to bring Battering Ram for a lot more CC for a fight, something like that. Berserker and Bladesworn, they have maybe 1 flex slot. Maybe. The others felt pretty locked in. Like, for example, Herald and Rev, they can't even change their utilities. There's nothing really to talk about there. Desiccation on Scourge is required for Fury. Right, but sometimes other people can provide the Fury, which means you can swap it. But yes, you're right. Excuse me, hiccup. Powerful toolbox. This was something I just made up. Basically, if you look down here, is your selection of tools here very impressive. On my Heal Druid, nothing there helps. Most of this is helpful for a gimmick on Deimos. This is another condition cleanse. It's not something you take. Really, none of this helps. These sometimes help for support. This doesn't help, and like half of these help. On Guardian or Chrono, their toolbox of stuff down here, they got Stability down here, they got Aegis down here, they got Projectile Blocks, they got Revives. Like, just some classes, their toolbox for support is better. Chrono and the Guardians have really good utility toolboxes. Scrapper and Mechanist also because of the kits. Keep in mind that, like, if you bring the toolkit, or like the Elixir Gun kit, like that adds 5 more buttons. Plus also the tool belt, if you're Scrapper. Mechanist doesn't have a tool belt, so 6 buttons. So these are just classes I thought had really, really nice toolboxes compared to the other options. DPS. Now this is something that is not going to matter for most. The DPS is like, if you're a support, your DPS does help, The more damage you do, the faster the boss dies, and then the sooner you're done. However, many supports do less than 1k DPS. However, Willbender, healer, does like 7 to 8k. It does way more. Mechanist, maybe 5 to 7, 5 to 10k, depending on boons, because you got a giant robot helping. And then Untamed, because the pet's attacking, and also the giant snot stuff all around them is doing damage also. And Druid, maybe 2 to 4k because its pet is attacking the whole time, even while it's healing. Because when you're in astral form, you're doing like 0 damage, but the pet is still nibbling away. And then probably all the others after that, unless I forgot something. 7 to 8k is more than some high DPS. Healing and boon range. So this is a combined thing. And honestly, this is just something I found interesting. Like Herald and Bladesworn have 600 range. Scourge has a really big range on Transfusion, the skill that does the healing around them. Renegade, pretty big range. Chrono, Druid, Tempest, Untamed, all kind of medium range. Scrapper and Mechanist, you gotta basically be stacked on your party. Spectre is just weird. Firebrand, I put really far down because of the cone thing. Firebrand is the only healer that has to, like, get its allies in front of it and boon, hit them with boons like it's a shotgun. So, like, if the Firebrand takes a step back behind the group, he's trying to hit them all with his boons. Willbender has to basically be meleeing constantly. Now, there are exceptions to all of these, okay? Druid, most of my boons are this area. But if some guy's in trouble over there, I can do, like, a huge heal really far away like this, right? All right, that's Druid. Now, that's not something you're doing all the time. That's, like, an exception. Firebrand and Willbender have the thing that does summons the spirit bow, and it rains healing arrows. If they do that, then obviously that's a long-range heal. But I'm talking about, like, the stuff that they're doing on the regular. So, healing and boon range. There you go. Willbender has to stay in melee constantly because they have to be swinging their hammer to be healing and cleansing around them and doing boons. When I took a Healbender to Old Lion's Court and it got a little chaotic because it was a pug and we ended up running all over the place to get out of red circles and stuff like that, my ability to heal went into the trash can. Because, like, someone dropped a red circle under the blue robot and we couldn't get into melee range of the blue robot, so ranged had to chip it down. And I could barely heal the group because I couldn't get into melee range of it. All right, next up. What was this column? CC carry. Big crowd control, right? All right. Not necessarily in perfect order, but this is how it felt. Chrono was Signet of the Moa. It hit like a truck on break bars. It absolutely hit like it. I think it's like 600 break bar damage on like one click. And you've got other skills too. Like you can do like Rifle 3 and then do Moa Signet while Rifle 3 is priming and then both go off. Like you've got other stuff too, but that one was huge. Firebrand. If they put the Sanctuary Bubble on top of someone, it does like 700 CC or more, but it requires time because it does like... it attempts to knock back anything in the bubble every second, but bosses can't be knocked back. So it does like CC, 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 CC. As long as they're standing in it, it's hitting them with a CC every second for like 7 seconds. And it takes time. So some break bars, you don't have that much time. But on the longer ones, there are many break bars in the game. A Firebrand can just solo with Sanctuary, same with Willbender, as long as you've got that much time to clear the break bar. Druid... if you're running the marksmanship trait line, which has become popular recently, Moment of Clarity increases the duration of your stuns by 50%, which means they do 50% more breakbar damage. So any CC you've got is amplified by 50%. And, you like on just a normal kit, you might have like Mace 3, Glyph of Equality, Astral 3. You can bring pets that have CC, stuff like that. You've got some choices there. So Druid has some good stuff. Herald and Renegade, mainly I put them here because their Staff 5 is an incredibly huge CC tool. Scourge has the Flesh Golem is the one-hit wonder there. They also have other CC as well. Their F4 fears all around them. Their Staff has a fear. Their Warhorn has a fear. Their Torch has a stun, depending on the weapons they bring. I didn't really have a column for this, by the way, but Scourge has the most flexibility of weapons. You can use almost any Necro weapon and still be a support on Scourge, and you'd be fine. But yeah, Flesh Golem hits really, really hard for CC. Spectre has a lot of CC skills on their bar, and also if you bring Basilisk Venom, that is really hard hitting. So Basilisk Venom basically makes the next attack from each member of your team do CC. So if all 5 people are attacking, you use that, and it's almost instantly like 5 CCs hit the target. So very powerful move. Someone in chat said also Spectral Grasp. Yeah, Spectral Grasp, as far as like a one click, how much CC does it do? It's not nearly as much as many of these other skills I'm talking about, but it does, you know, also pull in a bunch of enemies, so it's very a multi-use tool. Mechanist, I put there because Mechanist, you've got your Mace 3, your Shield 4, and Shield 5. Shield 4 and 5, you're often having to burn because of the protection uptime. However, if you're in unique situations where the boss is doing lots of outgoing hits, but he has a break bar, you can use Shield 5, which it looks like he holds up like an electrified shield, and every hit that hits the shield CCs the target. So there are a few gimmicky fights in the game where you can hold up Shield 5 and make the boss CC himself like 20 times very rapidly. There's also times it's good to unsummon your mech and then bring it crashing back down again, and that does huge CC as well. He's got a few other CCs, but those are the ones that are noteworthy, I think. All right, next column I made was teammate targeting. Spectre, now this is a bad column. This feels awful. Spectre has to do that a lot, and it does not feel good to play. Again, my opinion. Herald and Renegade, if they're running the new Scepter, may choose to use the Scepter 3 skill a lot. I think it was 3. I think it was 3. And that will do a connection to an ally, which gives boons like 7 seconds later. It feels bad, and it made me want to generate that fury through other means and not use that skill. Yeah, there's that. Forced movement. This is a column just for people that are forcibly moving around. Sometimes that's bad, sometimes that's good. Willbender, constantly having to use their dashes. If for those who've never played Willbender, their F1, F2, and F3 from Core Guardian changed to be like movement skills. And you're constantly having to like dash back and forth through the boss to provide your buffs, your boons. Chrono, I put here because of Continuum Split. How many times have you seen in Chrono, like the whole group's together, and then they move out of a mechanic that's about to kill them, and then the Chrono snaps back and goes, Continuum Split, and then just dies. Lorenity has a famous clip of her doing that. It's like a rite of passage for Chronos to get killed from their own Continuum Split, and that is why that's there. Mechanist and Scrapper, if they're using Mace. If they're using Mace, Mace 2 does like a leap forward, which, you know, I've embarrassed myself a couple times. Like I might be on Harvest Temple, I'm hitting the boss, I hit Mace 2, and right then the boss phases and goes untargetable, and I just yeet myself off the platform. I know some other people have done it too. It's a thing that can happen. Druid is now in this category because of the new Druid. Mace, I think it's Mace 3, is basically the same. You use Mace 3 and you just throw yourself. Just like that. Spectre, almost everything it does is Shadow Steps. Almost every single thing it does is teleports, which is really annoying in some locations because you'll be clicking on the ground and it'll say no path. No path, and you can't teleport, so you can't use your skills. Fortunately, I don't know of any boss arenas that have that issue, but I know of lots of places in open world where it's awful. Rev Staff. True, if you're doing CC, Rev Staff 5, which is the big CC, does send you flying forward. So, if you don't want that, too bad. Alright, healing output issues. Only one thing in this column, Willbender. All of the healers, I would say, are capable of doing enough healing for like 95% of the game. For Willbender, I might say 90% of the game. There were times when it just didn't have enough. Like, remember, this is the one I said was easiest to play. It felt like I hit a ceiling very, very quickly on like the maximum healing output. Now again, the healing output it does is more than enough for most content in the game, but for the spicy content, it felt like it just couldn't keep up. Like the green numbers it provided were not powerful enough. So I made that column there just for him. Annoying quirks. This is some overlap here with some of the other stuff, but just to take it from the top. Willbender, you constantly are dashing around. Like, it's like, here's the group all stacked up, here's the boss, and the Willbender's like he's drawing pentagrams or something. He's dashing all over the place, and if ever he's not in melee range, his healing output dumpsters. He really thrives when he can melee the boss and everyone is standing right on top of him. When he can't do that, things start collapsing. The Spectre, the annoying quirk, as mentioned, it's making your teammates go invisible and turning their attacks off, and also the need for ally targeting. So, if you could get by only targeting allies or get by only targeting the boss, it would be fine. I played 10 years of WoW before this, and EverQuest before that. I've done raid bosses where, I did ally targeting for healing. It feels fine in those games, largely because of mouse over macros. For those that don't know what those are, it would be like if I just moused over that guy and clicked heal, and I moused over them like heal, 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 and I don't actually click on them. But in this game, it's like left click, do a thing, left click, do a thing, left click, do a thing. That whole time you're not attacking. Left click the boss, hit the boss some more, left click, do a thing. But there's no like mouse over macros or things like that in this. So honestly, just in this game with the way it's set up right now, ally targeting does not feel good. So that's why that. Untamed is here because of the blinding snot cloud. I notice my allies make more mistakes when I run Untamed because of that. And it's the primary reason I don't play it that much. I would love to see a way to have that turned off. And it would need to be a default. Because if you pug with people you don't usually play with, and they see the snot cloud, it's going to be a problem again. Scrapper, I put it here because I just vehemently do not like how they do the protection boon. They've got like 5 skills, one that gives Aegis, ones that revive people, one that blocks attacks, one that does their big self-heal, and they have to burn those skills to give prot. And I really, really dislike that. I think as far as sacrifices to provide a boon, I think Scrapper has to do the biggest sacrifices of any of the healers I've learned. Okay. Are people happy to see you? Firebrand. So this column is here to remind me to talk about, for those that are newer to the game, there was absolutely about a 5-year period where Firebrand was the best healer. It's still great. It's not like just hands down the best anymore, but for about 5 years, it was like the only healer with stability, like the only one with Aegis, and it had copious amounts of it. And it was a good healer too and provided all the other boons. Like, oh my god, dude, when I was maining Druid at that time, I couldn't get into fractal groups unless I made the group. Like, people were like, oh no, we don't know how to do the mechanics without stability. No, get out. Like, it's not as bad now. So like now, for example, Tempest has a stability, Druid has 2. They've spread a little bit around so other healers are allowed to play the game. But Firebrand has that reputation. Now, at this point, again, if you're joining a group for fractals and literally any healer on this list is in your group, if they know how to play, you're going to be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine. But these guys, they've got so much stability. They've got so much Aegis. They've got so many tools. Like, honestly, I don't think they will ever be perfectly balanced. The fact that their class mechanic gives them effectively 3 more weapons worth of... Dude, whoever thought of that is insane. Like, you compare that to, like, the other class mechanics from Path of Fire, it's like, you are joking. 3 more weapons worth of abilities is just, it's so far and above what everybody else got. I don't think they can ever backpedal on that. But, yeah, Firebrand has got a lot going for it. The others have caught up a lot in recent years, but it does have a reputation, and you may run into that. All right. Personal enjoyment. This is my last column. This is the last column of my thoughts after trying all of these, okay? Druid has been my main for years. I don't think that's going to change. It has got good healing, good boon output, good CC, good utility for different situations, and very high revive potential. I don't have a static group I run with. Usually when I do funny videos and stuff like that, I'm doing strikes and raids with random people, and having 3 ways to save people's lives per minute it basically so often makes the difference between we one-shot this or we had to do multiple attempts. So it saves a lot of time. If every attempt on a boss is 10 minutes and we did it on the first try because I played my Druid instead of like on the 3rd try, then I just saved 20 minutes for 10 different people. Like, that adds up really fast. Scourge, all the same enjoyments of Druid, good boons, good healing, good barrier also. Main thing, it doesn't have stability. I do love when I see, like, even when we're fighting like the polar bear strike, every time the hammer guy does this, I'm just like, boom. And I negate that stability for my group, and I often see the other group get knocked down. I love having instant cast ability. Now, Druid is not the only class that has this. Scourge does not, though. And I very much miss that when I play this character. Chrono, excellent. Chrono, okay, I've mained Mechanist for a year after End of Dragons came out. I think I might like Chrono more now. Chrono was a class I had never really played before Rifle. It was actually a lot of fun. It felt very in control of the situation. I don't love the shatter mechanic, but it's fine. You know, it provides all the boons. It does crap damage if you care. It does good boons, good healing. It has very good stability and Aegis on demand. Probably my favorite Aegis mechanic in the game is it's got the one well that does Aegis, Aegis, Aegis a third time. Now, the number one problem with Aegis is it is a boon that requires to be more skillfully timed than any other in the game. Aegis gives you a block and prevents a hit. But the problem is, what if it prevents a hit and then another, like it prevents a weak hit, and then the big hit you were trying to prevent hits you right after? Mesmer has, I think, the most idiot-proof Aegis that I have seen in the game with that well. The fact that it does 3 rapid back-to-back applications, it felt very good to play. What was it? The mantra healing and the mantra stability were really fun as well. And every build has the freedom to have Signet of Moa, which is, I was like, oh, is it CC time? Wham! And just, it's just absolutely clap the bar. It feels great to play. Downside, it does not have any real way in my definition to save a wiping pug. If like this is a build where if the group is good, the chrono is going to make them look good. All right. But if the group is bad, it cannot always make up for that. Just because revive potential. You know, Druid and Scourge can carry the worst pugs. Going past this point, we're going into people that are great in groups, but they cannot carry the worst of pugs. Mechanist. I still love playing my Mechanist. I am a lover of supports and also pet classes, and Mechanist is both. I enjoy it greatly. Weaknesses, it has 1 stability and 1 Aegis, and they're the same mucking button, so if you use one, you use both. That feels bad. And it has no revives for teammates at all. Rest of it is great. Tempest was actually kind of fun. It had a tempo to it. It had a tempo to it. It was like fire, fire, water, air, earth, earth, air, water, fire, fire, water, air, earth, earth, air, water, fire. And you're just going back and forth. You're just vibing. All right? Honestly, there were moments I got bored playing it because the fire, fire is overload fire. And it's just like... Okay, there's alacrity. All right, where were we? Water, air, earth, earth. The overload times is basically, it was like fishing. It was like time I wasn't playing the game. And I got bored doing it. Now, it was good. It had like the instant cast Aegis. It had instant cast ability, pretty good healing, but it did have those moments where you feel like you got caught out. Like, bad thing happened to Billy. I'm not in water. I actually just left water, so it's on a 10-second cooldown. I got 1 move. Watch the pain away. I hope you're all right. Clean yourself up. Oh, that wasn't enough? Guess you're dead. You know, stuff like that. So I hate that feeling. So probably not going to be playing a lot of Tempest, but overall, it was all right. Berserker, it was kind of fun. I would say I loved the staff. I hated the warrior. I honestly, of all the new weapons, for supports, Warrior Staff wins. Okay? Mesmer Gun was fine, but the Mesmer was amazing, and it complemented the gun. Warrior Staff is amazing, and it carries the Warrior. The Warrior Staff was so good, and felt so good to use. And then you just got this idiot that's holding it. It's like, oh my god, can I take that from him and use it on someone else? God, I mean, the Berserker was not like Berserker was fine. I cannot talk. The Berserker was fine to play. It's just you have to hit F1 like every second or two. Very high APM on one stupid key. Like, just triple the damage and triple the cooldown so I can hit that button less often, please. And I'm sure they wouldn't mind. They'd get bigger numbers. Man. Anyway, it was fun. It was fine to play. I loved the staff. I hated when I wasn't in staff, and so like you weapon swap, so I hated it like half the time. Untamed. You actually do good damage. You actually do like 7 to 10k more than some DPS. You're doing some damage. You're doing a lot of healing. You're doing the boons. I could look past the fact that it doesn't have stability, and it still has 3 revives, although one of them has a much longer cooldown than the druids, because it doesn't have Glyph of the Stars, they have the Nature Spirit. But the Snot Cloud. The freaking Snot Cloud. Man, are you serious? Like, this and this. Like, these two things cover so much red circles. Like, I see so many groups muck up and die because they stand and stuff because I was healing on Untamed. And, God, like, that's the main reason I have it this low.
Me, I'm so curvy!
Hello, Cupcake. The Taco Bell healer. Yes. Alright. Scrapper. Personal enjoyment. I mained Scrapper for 6 months to a year at one point, pre-EOD. It was right after they got access to Quickness. I made one of the first guides for I was like new healer on the block, Quickness Heal Scrapper. Since then, they have reworked how it provides its boons over and over and over again. And the current version of it, I will say, now again, this is personal enjoyment. I do not enjoy the short bow. Even the idea of an engineer using a bow and arrow is so stupid in my brain that it makes me like recoil a little bit. So I'm already having to push past that. And then I try out the mechanics of it. Mace Shield just feels so much better. The only downside is that whole prot issue. Them trying to keep prot up is more difficult than any other class keeping any other boon up like in the game. I'm pretty sure. Maybe Renegade trying to keep regen up might be worse. But yeah, it feels weird. But, you know, personal enjoyment of Scrapper is held back by the fact that they keep wanting me to burn my Aegis, my big heal, my res to keep prot up. And also because of the short bow. I'm not a fan of the short bow, but that's a me thing. I've heard it's doing well in World v World, but, you know, I tried it in PvE and I didn't care for it. Also, the short bow makes blue puddles on the ground that cover red circles. So it also has a blinding your teammates feature, just kind of like the Untamed as well. So that's kind of a bummer also. I would like to see it go back in some way. Here's the thing. I'm going a little off topic here. I would not mind it if offensive DPS provided the offensive boons, like Fury and 25 Might. I do think it's kind of silly that a healer needs to provide 25 Might, Fury, Regen, Prot, maybe Swiftness, maybe Vigor, Heals, Condition Cleanses, maybe Barrier, and also do all the weird mechanics like Sabbath of Kiting, Knockback on the Soulless Horror ads, or Doom Kiting. I've gotten used to it, but it's the reason healers have a very low opinion of DPS. We're doing all this, and they're doing Unga Bunga, one thing. That's it. And Standing in Fire is an optional second thing. Like, oh my god. And so the Scrapper having to like just really jump through hoops in order to keep the boons up just feels bad. But yeah, if there was one boon that it struggled to keep up and it was like Fury or half the might stacks, that's more easily covered by someone else. But having protection, with one of the #1 defensive boons, be the thing it struggles to keep up, is really rough. Regen and Prot are like two huge parts of your survival on strikes and raids, but it feels bad keeping Prot on that character. All right, Bladesworn. Again, I really enjoyed Warrior Staff. It carried it. Hated the fact that after using Dragon Slash, it forces you to go into Gun Saber. I'm like, I just put me back in Staff. I did not want to be in Gun Saber. You forced me to be here. And every 20 seconds, I'm forced into this for like 5 to 10 seconds, and I can't help it. I'm just trapped here. I don't want to be there. So yeah, that's why that. Willbender, I mean, it was kind of fun. It was very easy to play. It didn't feel very powerful. You know, I think the Healbender is like training wheels for healers. It's a very easy to learn class if they wanted to get into it, and they could handle healing like 80 to 90% of the content. But then eventually, I feel like if it doesn't change, they should graduate to another healer later. That was my thoughts after playing it. Herald. Herald, like, was kind of cool. Like, when you were in Glint, it was like, you know, keeping the boons up was super easy, stuff like that. However, the Herald energy system, which promotes you constantly swapping between legends, I personally didn't care for, because it constantly pushed a playstyle that made it to where you could be in the wrong thing at the wrong time. You know, like, oh man, I need to block projectiles, but I just left Centaur stance and I can't do that now. I could have stayed in Centaur stance longer, but then all the boons from Glint stance would have fallen off. You know, stuff like that. I really don't like I very much prefer, if I have a tool for a job, I can save it for that job. I don't like being forced to swap through every type of weapon swap I have just for the sake of, because it's there, which is what many of the classes promote you doing. And that's a me problem, not a you problem. Renegade for the same reasons. Also, Renegade felt worse than any other class for keeping regeneration up. Renegade back in the day used to give 10-man alacrity, and that's it. Renegade gave 10-man alacrity, and that is the only reason people brought it to groups, maybe stability also. But as a full healer, you're expected to bring regen and prot and 25 might and fury and maybe swiftness, maybe vigor. And Renegade struggles with a lot of those. It struggles with a lot of those, so it did not feel good to play, especially regen. I was sweating trying to keep regen up. Which is the most, if prot's the second most important defensive boon, regen's the most important one. Firebrand, I could probably get into it if I played it more. I played Firebrand for one night. I played Firebrand for one evening, and it has a lot to learn. The Firebrand, again, you've got 5 weapons, so that's 25 weapon skills to learn. Also, activating each of those tomes does something, so that's 3 more buttons. That's 28 buttons to learn. There's also, you know, just your 5 normal buttons over on the other side, and some of, you know, a couple of them are mantras. And the mantras will be like, you have to hit this button 3 times every 10 seconds. So you've got a couple buttons over here that you're hitting just like every time they light up to keep boons up. And then also you're juggling 5 different weapons over here, and you got the pages, stuff like that. It was a lot to learn. I know it's very powerful. It also has less revive options than these two. So Firebrand kind of, in my mind, was like Chrono. If you're in a good group, it will make them look better. All right? It will take a group already decent and elevate them to new levels. But if the group's bad, there is only so much the Firebrand can do. You know? Like, there's only so much it can do. Spectre. Of the classes I tried to play, this felt like the absolute worst thing in the world. After trying Druid, Scourge, Chrono, Mechanist, Tempest, Berserker, Untamed, Scrapper, Bladesworn, Willbender, Herald, Renegade, Firebrand, and Spectre, I award Spectre the most awful thing. That's me giving you a medal. All right, the most awful thing, okay? Having to target the enemy, target an ally, and go into stealth, turn your allies' attacks off, target an ally, ambush them, and hopefully they're near your other allies so that the stuff spills over and hits them.
In your opinion, what is the fastest possible consistent spirit shard farm?
Tomes of Knowledge, if you have some saved up, if you've done PvP in the past. If not that, doing meta events with boosters active. Like every time I do Octovine, I get a spirit shard. Thank you for the tip. I hope that helped. There might be others. Chat, help this man if you've got any spirit shard tips. Anyway, yeah, Spectre felt the most awful thing to play. The only things I have below Spectre are Catalyst and Mirage. And that is because I looked at them and they looked so positively heinous. I was like, I'm skipping that. Spectre, I at least tried. Catalyst and Mirage, I was like, this looks like a prank. These look like a joke. I think I'm just gonna pass. I'm not even trying this one. I found one guide of someone, you know, for, I think it was on Meta Battle for Catalyst from years ago, and they were like, works on Doom and Kadim, don't use it anywhere else. And I couldn't find anything on Mirage. So I'm not really sure what's going on with those two. There's a heal kata, apparently. Can't recommend it though. But that's it. That's it. If you're expecting a tier list, this is what you got. These are just my thoughts and things that I graded in my mind. And I want to really stress again that I played many of these classes. I've played thousands of hours. The rest of them I played for a day each. All right. This is like, I could, you know, a player who's played a long time trying out other things and giving you my thoughts on them. Now, I didn't try every build of all of them. For example, if you ask the Firebrand community, what's the meta build? They will come to blows with each other. They can't even agree on what weapons to use, all right? So I played a build of Firebrand. I played a build of Tempest, right? There are others. There are others of all these. I did not play every single build of each of these, and I think it's important to point that out. If I were to try Tempest again, last time I did Dagger Warhorn, I might like to try Staff. I heard that the Staff has certain advantages, and it might be neat to try. Might give it a shot. I don't know. Healing Rain sounds like a fun skill. But some of these just felt so good to play. Like, you know, Chrono, I started with Mace, what was it, Scepter Shield, and then I swapped to the rifle, and then I never swapped back out of the rifle for the rest of the fight. So I could have had like a staff with the rifle if I wanted to. Might be fun. Might have to try that at some point. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Those are my thoughts after this incredible journey over the last couple of months where I tried out every single healing build I could find in the game. And that's my reasoning for them. Definitely, I saw some of, you know, I learned a lot. I saw some of this, like, you know, I knew that Guardians did blue BS and then we took no damage. I didn't really know how they were doing it before now. Now I know. Like, I knew that Warriors had a way to heal by screaming at you. I didn't really understand the mechanics of it. Now I know. I knew that Spectres could be a healer. I had no idea how bad it really was. Now I know. And again, if you join a group and they have a Spectre healer, you should not be like, oh, Muck says this is bad and leaves the group. It's functional, all right? It's got the heals, the boons, it's got mobility, which is kind of weird, a ton of CC, it's got barrier. But if you're a Spectre main and you've never played anything else, please know that Mechanist can do everything you can do for 1/10 of the work, and it doesn't turn its allies' attacks off. Like, yeah, there are basically every other class that provides alacrity can do it so much easier. All right, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this journey of mine. Maybe I'll try DPS classes next. This seemed to be a bit of a hit. Those are all my thoughts on this stuff. And if you've got any comments, share them down below. I'll fight you there. All right, there we go. That's a video. Now I just throw that in the Nox box for a few months to cook. Okay. Fight me? You don't play DPS? Well, then I just won't heal you. You'll kill yourself. Maybe Boon DPS next? Yeah, maybe Boon DPS next. Silver lining for trying all the healers. Now you have context for next patches. Yeah, and I will forget things, right? I mean, you try a game out for a day, you won't remember the details. They get fuzzy. For example, when I was sitting there and I was filling this out and I was like, okay, Aegis, and then I had to rack my brain to remember how these two provided Aegis. And then after like a full minute, I was like, oh, Line Breaker. You know, like some of the stuff, it was really difficult to remember where different classes got their stuff from. Like at this point in time, I know that, like, because it's gotten fuzzy in my brain, Firebrand Aegis. They have a shield skill that gives Aegis. They have a utility skill that gives Aegis. I can't remember which one. And they have a tome skill that gives Aegis. So that's what's left in my brain. I can't remember specifically which ones, but I remember those are there. Update the low intensity DPS? I did. Hang on. Oh no, it's LI builds. Meh. All right, so everything on this page works in the current build of the game. If you click on any of these, they may have a pinned comment that says, since Soto, make this change. But, so just check the pinned comment. But yeah, those work. They're fun. You've got mail? Yeah, always. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay. Let's see. Gather that, gather that. Gather that. I'm not even reading what these are. Beep, 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 beep. All right. Butta. I sent you Butta. Please respond. Check Discord DMs. What? Hold on. Tab out. Huh? Wait. Hold on. It's a link to a YouTube video called Muck Dropped the Butter. I'm afraid to click this while I'm live. I will very full of fear click this later and see what this is. Click it. No. I will see. If it's funny, I'll share it this evening. I'm not going to click that. Now, post the link. No, I'm not posting the link. I don't know what it is. Isn't Druid Avatar 5 Stab 2? It's self-only. That Stab is self-only. RSS feed just posted this, but the article says March 22nd. You may have already looked at it, but World v. World News. Yeah. So I saw this. Look, I know I pride myself on, like, you know, doing all the news videos and stuff like that. This looks like the same as the last 5 World v. World articles to me. World v. World, World Restructuring, Beta Feedback, and Future. Issues. Things are broken. Queue times, we're working on it. UI, we're working on it. Feedback, you guys are great. We're working on it. Y'all don't speak the same language, get good. Server communities, we're working on it. Queues are bad, we hear you. Fun facts. Numbers. The future, we're gonna work on World v. World stuff. I mean, I'm glad they're keeping us up to date, but as far as someone that usually, you know, puts the news on blast, this feels like the same as the last 5 World v. World stuff that I've posted. They're adding another guild slot. That was the big news. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I heard about that on the grapevine. I think they're adding the guild slot because of there's so many people that are like, oh, I don't have room for another guild, or my guilds are full. I don't have room to join a guild for World v. World. So they're like, okay, here's another guild slot. And in a few years, the same problem is going to happen. Like, people are going to be like, my guilds are full. I've got 6. I need another one. They posted stats on me. People dying from Hawaii. Hello. Okay. Does it have salt?
I'll bring salt.
Thank you. My wife was kind enough to just bring me lunch. I'm hardly even part of one guild. I mean, I run 4, but it's pretty quiet in game. We usually do the talking on the Discord. These 4 here are mine. This one I'm just in just to chat with them from time to time. Thank you. Food delivery, yeah. Gray Arcan, in my experience, and what people for builds. Normally, the healer is also the tank and encounters where there needs to be. Yes. I've been wanting at least another 5 guild slots. 5 guild slots. But yeah, Druid, I'm on my, yeah, okay. So if you look here, this right here, I have stability, and this guy right next to me does not. This stability is self-only. It's sometimes useful, like if you're in Astral form already, and the boss is about to do something that's going to knock you backward and you can't give the whole group stab, you can use that move just to not get knocked backward. And it also refreshes alacrity on people. So, but it's not always like spammed. Tell your wife I thank her for feeding my entertainment, man. I've been wanting at least another 5 guild slots, though if they made them purchasable guild slot expansions, I'd be okay with that. I have 1 guild and 3 people. Me and my ultimate are our best friend. Hey, Anna? Luckfruit says to tell you, thank you for feeding my entertainment man.
I do it just for him.
There you go, Luck. It's done. I like how they want to maintain World v. World growth, but it's just Boon Ball meta, which is not fun to play. I still maintain that it would be hilarious if they turned on the social awkwardness fractal instability in World v. World for a weekend. For those that don't do fractals, you can't stack. If two people run into each other, they like push against it. Like you can push people off a cliff. Like you bump into each other and stuff. Like imagine a Guardian makes a big bubble and only 5 people fit under it and the rest of the blob is like, let me in! And they're just like banging on the side and stuff like that. I think that would be hilarious. And because I am also someone that thinks Boon Ball, it's effective, but it makes the game look stupid. Like when I show footage of this game in my like Why Play Guild Wars 2 videos to get players into the game, I don't show a well-organized Tequaddle with everyone stacked on one toenail. I show the most like pug run down group of people that don't know what they're doing fighting the Shatterer. And like the NPC's like, use the gliders, drop bombs. They're like, okay, that's probably a good thing to do. And they're dropping bombs. People are on jump pads. People are running all over. They're screaming. There's chaos. Some guy is getting dragged from under the foot. Like, that is what you show to make the game, like the giant monsters, look cool. Showing 50 people stacked on like the 3rd toenail. Ugh. Ugh. What other classes do you think are the best now that you've been trying them? We actually, Stefan just talked about that for like 2 hours. I will briefly show, like, in my own personal enjoyment, that's my tier list. But that doesn't mean that those are the best, or that any of those are bad, or you should leave a group if you don't like it. But in my own personal enjoyment, those are the ones I liked the most. I just arrived. You might be interested in rewinding the stream and watching a little bit earlier, because we talked about that at length if you would like more details. Is it possible for Druid to not swap to staff at all since Mace 2 has heals? So, Druid, I only swap to staff when I need an emergency movement or block projectiles. Like, this blocks a bunch of bullets and stuff. Those are the main reasons I swap to staff now. Not for the healing, usually for movement or projectile block. Heal Scourge's dad on road trip behind. Chat, I was watching Pirate Software yesterday, and he DMs another programmer, and they're both streaming. And he goes, did you see that Google SEMA announcement? And the guy goes, what? No, what's that? And Pirate goes, SEMA balls. And the other guy was live on air. And he's like, God damn. He gets so mad. It was like a dad that had lost all patience. I was like, I gotta write that down. Mace 3 gives Aegis, Shield for Courage 5 also give Aegis, and Stab and Advance gives Aegis. Oh, you're talking about on Guardian. Yeah, but I think, isn't the Mace 3 Aegis, it only gives it after you block a hit? So like the whole group gets hit, then you give them Aegis? Like the Mace 3 one was bad. As an outcast and as a nobody, thank you so much for informative videos. They're incredible, entertaining, and as you mentioned many times, on the point. You're not a nobody, Syrian, but thank you for the kind words regardless of that. No, you're not an outcast. You're welcome here anytime. Which healer would be both fun and suitable for people who are slow, like low APS and no time-sensitive rotations? These are ones that are very high APM. So probably not these. Willbender's super easy to learn. But I would say it has the lowest effectiveness. Scourge is easy to learn. Scourge and Berserker are easy to learn, but high APM. I would say Mechanist is probably the easiest to learn that is not high APM. that is also very effective. So probably ham. Probably ham. Oh, that's heal alack mechanist, if you don't know that phrase. What? Chat. For those of you that have played World of Warcraft or any Warcraft game, you may know there's a creature type in that game called abominations. It's like a big zombie thing. A lot of people in the community call them A-bombs. And I was playing Plunderstorm last night, practicing for the tournament this Saturday. And I was telling my partner, who my partner had not played WoW before, I'm like, hit the A-bomb. And he's like, what? And he spun around. In his mind, I told him just look out for a nuclear missile. He heard a bomb. He thought like little boy was behind us or something. And I wanted him to punch a zombie. We had a major communication issue there. And then afterward, when I realized what happened, we had to sit down and have a talk. What? Chip wants my food. Time to make a mechanist called Sandwich. Can everybody confirm that Healbrand is the shiz? Thanks in advance. It is very good. It is also very challenging to learn, but it is good. Yeah, for those that haven't heard, I am actually, I don't know, representing Guild Wars 2, sort of, in a tournament this Friday in WoW. I do not know why I was invited to this. You may have seen my streams lately. I've been practicing. They've got a $50,000 tournament this weekend. I'm doing this on Saturday, and it has got friggin' Disguised Toast, Maximum, Asmongold, Preach, Shy Lily, Uber Danger, WoW Krindor, like a bunch of really huge names. And I think I'm the smallest streamer in this group. Are they making you pay the monthly sub to be in the tourney? No. We're all sponsored to be in it. So basically, you know, they just like when I get sponsored by, I don't know, Raid Shadow Legends or something, they sponsored us for a stream, which is the day of the tournament. And they give you the WoW sub time. But then also, if you win or get a top placement, you get a ton of extra money too. So I've been practicing. I've probably done like 10 to 20 hours of practice so far. Hi. But, you know what? You know, since I'm just eating my food anyway, just to show this. That's the A-bomb. And there's me. I have no idea how I am in this thing. There's me. So the dream is to enter this thing. At some point, I take out Asmongold, and I say, from Tyria with love, or praise Joko. I'm not sure which one, but I have to be vague enough that he's like, what? And then I win the tournament. And then I leave and just refuse to elaborate and come back to Guild Wars 2. That's the dream. Well, I'm going to try to make that happen, but I can't promise anything. There's Mux on the tournament? Yeah, it's this Saturday. Aren't two world first raiders in the same team very fair? Yeah, right? Yeah. The, where is it? This team, Maximum and Trill. These two, they're both world first WoW players. So like, I don't even know if they knew that I had ever played WoW. They might just know me as the Guild Wars 2 guy. And then Fairlight had never played WoW. Now, we have managed to get a few duo wins. I think we've won 6 times in duos. So yeah, it's, ugh. We're punching upward. Yeah, there's quite a few very skilled players in there for sure. Venruki is top also. I don't know Venruki, but I trust you, so I don't doubt it. I watched Towley last night. He literally just he was hiding in a bush and like basically AFK, just hiding in the middle of the storm. And so he was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna hide, it's fine. Peekaboo's are you? Oh my god, dude, I was watching, I think I have it open. Where is it? Right here. I was watching a VOD of Peekaboo playing yesterday. I've never seen Peekaboo before. He was killing a lot of people, and I was making notes of some of the strats he was using, because I might use some of them. Not sure how useful WoW experience is overall. It was a little experience. Like, to give you an example, it was a little useful. My partner, before our first day of practice, did not know how to hold right-click to turn the camera. That's how new he was to this. He had won Battle Royale tournaments before. He had no MMO experience. So he is in this thing fighting against some of these other big names that do it for a living. So, and again though, we have gotten some wins. He is dramatically, like, he is a gamer, but he hadn't played this type of game. So, if anything, he has more Battle Royale experience than I have more WoW experience. He got thrown in the deep end? Yeah. Can you switch to action cam? I don't think he'd want to in that. Because there are times when you're running away from someone and want to turn the camera backward and then, you know, keep an eye on what's going on around you. Like, you constantly need to turn the camera around. We're playing big time for a living. It's a Web3 game. People make like $50, $100 an hour. Okay. Who has the most Battle Roy WoW experience? I don't know. I do not know. But we've gotten decent. The huge cash prizes are the top 8 teams, which is the top 16 people. I think we have a very solid chance of getting into that. The way they're doing the scoring is a combination of how long you lasted. Like, first place is the last team that's alive. 60th place is the first person who dies. So, how long you stayed alive, which you could just hide for that if you can. And then also how many kills you got. The kills give points also. And then we're going to play multiple rounds, and then they're going to add it all up. So the dream would be if we can get Peekaboo and Maximum to run into each other, and one of them takes the other out. Is it only number 1 wins money-wise? No. It's like okay. $50,000 is the total prize pool. So first place gets a huge chunk of that. Then second gets all the way down to like 8th place. Or 8th team, which is 16 people. So all the way down to the 8th team gets basically bonus money. Because we're sponsored to participate no matter what. But first place gets like, the lion's share of it. Are there matches or is it everyone against everyone? It's duos. So, hi. It's 60 people, so it's 30 teams of 2. So basically, we are going to play, depending on if it's tied, we're going to play up to 8 matches. After, let's see, from match 6 onward, if one of the top teams, like one of the teams that already has the highest score up until that point wins, they just win the whole thing. If none of them win match 6 or 7, then whoever wins match 8 wins, and that's it. Which is odd, but that's how they're doing it. Maybe it's to just make it so that you don't lose hope. Because, like, if you are really behind on points and you get to match 8, they want you to still try or something. You know what? I actually just thought of a question I should ask them. Are you competing in this? Yeah. I've been practicing a lot. Many streams for the last week, you may have seen me playing Plunderstorm. I've been practicing for this. I have so far won, I played solos to practice until my duo partner was able to schedule some time with me. I've won 8 solo matches where it was like 60 player free-for-alls, and me and my partner have won 6 duos. Now the team with the 2 really high-end people, they've won like 60 duos, but we are learning. Big Time Leaderboard has given away millions USD worth of tokens and for 3 leaderboards already, and we're going to start talking about LB round 4, basically 50k is nothing. I don't like individually, I understood those words, but when you put them together in that order, I don't know what you just said. But yeah, should be fun. Funny enough, I was asked, they're like, hypothetically, if you did something awesome and we wanted theme music for your team, what music would you pick? And before my partner could even say anything, I was like, Devil Trigger. I just played Devil May Cry 5, and that was stuck in my head. And I was just like, Devil Trigger. Partner's like, what? And I'm like, what? What? It's my food. You have food. Oh. I'm getting harassed in my own domicile, chat. What? Yours is better? Probably. Orange cat behavior. Yep. His brain cell bouncing around in there like a DVD screensaver. Yeah, the event starts on Saturday, what time? 10 a.m. PDT or 5 p.m. GMT. That's when we're starting it. And then we're going to play, I guess, up to 8 matches back to back. You know what the real dream is, chat? Is some of these big-time streamers, they're already millionaires, they don't need any money, and they don't practice. And then, for some insane reason, I find it easier than when I was playing on the actual ladder. That's the dream. It's like Guild Wars 2 player plays WoW, wins tournament, refuses to elaborate, leaves. That is the dream. I assume you'll be streaming? We all will. All 60 of us will be streaming. That's what they hired us for. And then also, Blizzard will be streaming it, but they're gonna have like professional commentators, you know, like, oh, and here comes Mukluk from the left field, hitting him with a bowling ball. Asmongold goes down, you know, whatever. Yeah, where? Oh, here we go. Golden Boy, SOE, and SVand are the hosts. Yep. Yeah, so even when I finish it, I'm probably going to re-watch the broadcast from the commentator's point of view and see what they do. Zykos says if you're a gamer, you're going to make money in Web 3. Every minute you spend will make you money that has real monetary value. I feel like if something has real value, other people wouldn't be trying to push it. Like, crypto only had value because people believed it had value, but they had to convince other people that it had value for it to retain its value. It was like a pyramid scheme. And I know that normal money is the same way, but there's already a whole, world that believes in normal money. So I feel like if you have to go around and convince people like this will be profitable, like if it was really profitable, you would be like doing that. You would be doing that. But if you're having to convince me it's profitable, I feel like I feel like it's sketch. He's shilling a weird NFT game. I mean, maybe. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just giving my opinions on this as like a general course.
At Muck, I finished filling my home instance. Congratulations, Blue. That's awesome. Shadow Man on YouTube says, how do you keep playing WoW? When I start playing it, I can't stop. My social life breaks apart. When I open up WoW for the tournament, I see my old characters that led the world first and stuff. Or sorry, server first, not world first. And I think about logging into them, and then I'm just like, my add-ons aren't going to be there. My action bars are going to be a mess. It's just, my UI is going to be all over the place from what I remember. The talents are different now. I'd basically be starting from square one, but rich. And I'm like, I don't have the energy for that. Didn't Asmund like the Beetle Racing yours too? Yes, yes he did. Yes, he did. How rich? I don't know if it's rich by today's standards, but when I quit WoW, I had well over 100,000 gold. Nothing nowadays. Inflation. Back when I played, I was one of the only people I knew of that had like the vendor mount, for example. It's much more common now, but at that time, I was one of the only people I knew that was able to buy WoW tokens with gold. You know, so I didn't have to like pay for the game anymore. The blockchain is a system of true and immutability and gives power to the people. What? Dude, I have seen so many stories of people that like got finessed and they lost all their stuff on the blockchain, and because it wasn't you know, insured by anybody, then there was nothing legally that could be done to recover it. No, I have no interest in that. Spruce, I'm gonna right click save this guy's apes. Alright, that's the last bite. I finished the food. Zykos, I humored the conversation, but honestly, if you keep trying to sell me whatever that is, I'm just going to block you. Just letting you know. I politely decline. Okay. What is going on in game now? Oh, Blishhead's back up. Nice. Jungle Worm, Deathbrain, Shatter, Drakar. I wonder if there's some new Drakar. I'm not trying to sell you anything, I'm just saying there's opportunity you might be missing out. Dang it, dude. I warned you. Okay, bye. Alright, let's see if anyone's doing Drakar. Boreal Pass. Ashford Saga. No, no one's doing this right now. Looks like Joseph Wood. So who's going over there? I have your apes. I will return them for 1 billion because that's what I said. They're worth it. They're definitely how money economics works. I've been watching the entirety of the internet and Mukluk's calm yet determined composure. I mean, I have my moments. If I keep getting ganked by the jungler, I can get pretty spicy. Let's see. Iceberg Saga, Drizzlewood Coast, North. Try that one. Have you tried PvP lately? It's gotten way better after the new patch. I have not played it since the new patch. Oh my god. Do you see what I see? Oh, wow. Nice job, chat. Nice job, everybody. Oh, great job on the dragon. Oh, man. We almost lost Billy in phase 2. Good, dude, Samantha. Wonderful. You really pulled it together there. You've improved so much. Great job, everyone. Wrap it up. Just act like we were here the whole time. Hold on. /squad. Thanks for the lead. Engaging group content? Yes. This is what it's all about. All right. Well done, everyone. Well done. We really pulled it together on that one. Let's see. That's the one I just left. All right. Nice. Let's see. I think Seitung is about to start. Let's go check it out. Are you an EU or NA? I'm on EU right now. Land of healthcare. Renaissance, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome. Was that Blish? Oh, the thing in the middle of the screen? This? Yeah, this is, Regions of Tyria add-on. Oh gosh, the commander is freaking out because Mukluk was in their squad, and they're sending me DMs. Chat, now I feel bad. You have a fan? Yes. They slid in the DMs. They did. Let's see. What is that? I love salami. Yeah. Subscribed with Prime. Thank you, salami. Appreciate you. Welcome. No doing this. Boop. Claw of Jormag starting soon. Yeah, pay 800 gems each time you transfer from EU to NA. Oh god, no. I just swim. No, 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 no. I can do a mean butterfly. I'm lost. That's it. That's where I need to go. No, people that are ArenaNet partners get a few nice features, and one of them is I can server swap whenever I want. And so I can just server swap from EU to NA on Tuesdays when I swap between them. There we go. Here's something to do. Are you streaming Guild Wars 2 tonight? Tonight, I'll be doing half Guild Wars 2. I'll still do the weekly giveaway for you guys. I'll find some stuff to give out. And then I will be doing the second half of the stream, practicing for the 50K tournament this weekend with Fairlight. Dude, I'm so used to having double jump, it feels weird not having it. Oh my god. I've been playing Plunderstorm and Devil May Cry 5, both of which I have double jump. Sobak, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Mukluk Douglas, Bartholomew, Reginald Esquire the fourth, this is Joseph Festivals the third. Goes all of you back to the lab. Hope you enjoy your steam entertainment is on the way. Can't get the speakers, don't touch the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you're lonely near the edge. Welcome. You mean I have a double jump? You have a dodge jump. True. Wayfinder, double jump 500 times to fill up this green bar. Oh my gosh. He's setting up an auto clicker, Noxxi. Is there a new special Wizard Vault objective? I don't know. Complete Return to Season 2. Complete Tier 1 of Artisan of Arms. Interneos Mastery 2. Interneos Niedra Surround Savior. Defeat Nibelebelag the Terror and complete the Fangs that Gnash achievement. In your achievement, in your opinion, which class is fun to play with Greatsword? Mesmer, because he turns it into a cannon and fires lasers out of it, and it's silly. Oh, is it turtle time? Is it turtle time?
Some must fight so that all may be free.
Help me decide between Condor or Power for Ellie. I like Condi. On Ellie, that means make him burn. A lot. Give me those kneecaps! Where's he at? I want to see him bounce off the mountain. There he goes. Boosh. Green numbers! Oh! Live for the stars. Revive everyone. Just realized I'm not in a group with them, so I'm not getting any boons from them. They're getting my boons, but they're just like random all over the place. Live for the stars again! Res everyone! Oh! Except that guy. He's allowed to die. Look where he is. What's he doing out there? You know what? I am going to be kind to you. Search and rescue. Alright, Pet will res him. Yes. Just buff those deaths right out. Feels good. What's the intended way of doing this? You protect the golems as they travel down here and use bombs to like break the shield, and then you're able to get close without all that massive damage coming in, and then you can hit the dragon without that. And also up there, you're not intended to start behind the shield with turtles and crush it immediately. You're intended to like use the weapons and stuff here to fight your way up the hill. But community found a different way. What's your age in Guild Wars 2? I'll hide the camera. 8,664 hours on all characters. 5,800 on this one. It's funny, the strategy has changed from stand out of damage to stand in the damage and damage. Yep. Yep, kind of like Bone Skinner. I've actually never seen a group successfully do Bone Skinner the intended way. Like, never once. I've never seen it. Like, even when it first came out, we were trying to do it the intended way for a while, and then finally gave up and did it the way everybody does it now. And I've always done it that way since. What is this game? I've never seen it. Guild Wars 2. This is Guild Wars 2. The hot new PvP DVD for kids with ADHD. That's right. What's the intended way? For Bone Skinner? Bone Skinner, every time he like charges, he's actually charging a brazier, like a torch type thing. There's like 5 or 6 of them in the room. And when the fight starts, they're all lit. And when he destroys them, their light goes out and the room fills with darkness. And that's why the damage ramps up during the fight. You're supposed to run out and relight them and come back and fight him. And anytime the damage starts getting massive, you just send someone out to light the braziers, and it makes more light in the room, so the darkness gets smaller and the damage goes down. But every time I've tried to do it that way, the person who runs out to light the brazier dies from the damage because they're not with the healer. So I've never seen it done that way successfully. So what the community decided was just let him cover the room in darkness, let the room do as much damage as possible to us, and just stand in it and kill him. So that's it. I've never seen a group do it the intended way, period. Yeah. Yeah, the CM is the intended way. Yeah. Just out-heal the damage easy. Mm-hmm. Except for the things you can't out-heal. Got a step left of those. Let's see. Blinding Towers? That might still be going. Got about 20 more minutes. Let's see what's going on here. That is the wrong map. Let's try that again. Can't heal through the puddles. You might be able to heal through one puddle, but if the group makes nice stacks of all the puddles, and it's like 10 puddles deep, you ain't out healing that. Like, I've had times where one person went downstate, and I was able to walk into the puddle and revive them. But not when they were 10. Is it worth it to start Guild Wars 2 as a new player? Oh yeah, absolutely. In my opinion, Guild Wars 2 is easier to jump into late than any other MMO because of the just fundamental way that they do the game. Anytime they add new content to the game, they don't raise the level cap like WoW has done over and over and over and over. Like, if you come back to WoW a year later, you will be very behind and you gotta catch up. In this game, they never raise the level cap. So instead of raising the max level and you gotta grind to catch up, they just keep adding more and more stuff to do at max level. So it takes a very short amount of time to hit max level, maybe like a week if you're playing regularly. And then you've got just like years of stuff to do at your fingertips, and you can, you know, pick and choose anything you like. But yeah, like if I quit playing today and came back in a year, my level and my gear would still be maxed out. I would just, you know, have new stuff that I could try out and enjoy. I don't know actually what's the best MMO to start playing. Lope, if you're interested, that is a video that shows the appeal of this game and what this game is doing that many other games are not doing. And also, this is a link to download Guild Wars 2 for free. It doesn't have the expansions, but it's everything from the original game if you'd like to try it out. It's like hundreds of hours of gameplay on a free trial. Mug, how far did you get into Helldivers 2? I mean, I've been doing max difficulty Helldives with other people, but right this second, there's a bug that's causing the game to crash, and there's a bug making it to where electric weapons crash your group's games. And so I'm not really touching Helldivers 2 until they fix those. The bug has been patched. Which one or both? Both? That is wonderful to hear, truly. Then maybe I'll play it again soon. As I played it last week when both of those issues were going on.
Crimson Spud, Moonlight Potato.
I played it last week when both those issues were going on, and it was really rough. Like, I was having to, like, limit my builds, because, like, for example, I really like using the Tesla Tower, but that was off limits. And so anytime I died, and I was like, wow, the Tesla Tower would have been great here, it felt really bad. And then there was also the crashing. Hi. I don't have food, so he's just here to yell at me now. I crashed twice last night with someone with the AR gun. When was this patch? Rage Muffin says. Let's see if he'll join us. He's attacking a scratching post. I'm trying to see if he'll jump on top of his throne. You are tearing my hoodie. I pulled my hoodie over my arm to protect it. Yeah, he was in wrestle mode. You think the hoodie is because I'm cold? No, it's armor. The arc weapons patch was today. Gotcha, good to know. Doesn't look like anyone's doing this meta, but there is a bunch of loot here right at the entrance. Nice backpack, where'd you get it? I actually got it from one of those things that gives you like a guaranteed skin unlock, and I just got it randomly. But if you want to wiki it and see where it's actually from, it's called Dragon Fireworks Backpiece and Glider. Because it also has a, well, let me see if I can find a spot. You can also glide on it. Hang on a second, let me go higher up. There. So you like grab onto it and it turns into, it gets like fireworks wings and you can like hang on to it and glide. Also, when you die, it changes the color of the fireworks. Hey, Mike, I was thinking about getting the expedition contracts now that they're on sale. Do you think they're worth it at the moment? Also, which options are you using for each of them? They're okay. Like, they're not, like, amazing, but they do give you, like, money over time, so they take a while to pay for themselves if you care. But the Fast Farming Community website has a tracker where they constantly calculate and tell you which options give the most money. I forget its exact location on that website, but I know it's there. There's a link to it in the chat. Lift of the stars. I just res 3 people. Check the new backpiece and glider combo in the gem store. Okay. Shattered stone wings. Looks like they might clip into the ground. For wings, I thought they were going to open up more than that. Looks kind of cool. Don't think it's for me. Looks alright. Can you loot multiple homes multiple times per day? No. When you loot, for example, a copper node in a home instance, every single home node in the game will check off that you have farmed the copper. It is, it's shared. Have you put real money into this game? I've played this game for almost 9,000 hours. Over 10 years, on and off. In total, I've spent maybe like $100 on myself. Now, as a streamer, I've probably gifted like $3,000+ worth of stuff in the game that I like. You know, I bought gems and gave them to other people for giveaways. But if you're talking about like me as a player myself, I've spent maybe $100. And for like 10 years of entertainment on and off, that's a pretty good deal. What? What? You got so many complaints today. I didn't even see you yesterday. You just slept the whole day. Gosh. My harshest critic here. Can we have lap cat? He is rarely a lap cat, and right now he's not doing it. Pretty heavy spending money on the gem store since it was a suffy, but in the past year they've added a few shady purchases like hero points. Yeah, I mean, I usually encourage people, like, okay, most of the time, if buying something means skipping some of the game that you are sitting down to play, I don't encourage it. There is some rare stuff, like, for example, you could argue that if you start playing Path of Exile, you have a limited amount of bank space, and you could spend $5 to get, like, some bank tabs, and you can store way more equipment, and the quality of life, like how the game feels to play, is much more enjoyable at that point. So in those situations, it's like, okay, it's not paying, I mean, you are paying to skip some gameplay, but the gameplay that you're skipping is just like wrestling with the bank interface. Hi. So that's a whole different thing. I'm very distracted right now. What's up? I stood in fire. Chip, you killed me. He's like, my job here is done. That's all I wanted. Now he's over there. Chip wants to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. He charged up yesterday. Yeah, now he's just ready for aggro. Quality of life purchases, I 100% agree with. It's a shame about the new player travels selling hero points. Yeah, I definitely don't promote anyone do that. It's kind of like, there was one weekend I tried Final Fantasy XIV, and a lot of people were telling me use the boost, which is basically like using a thing in the shop to jump to max level. And I was like, no, I don't want to skip the game. I'm literally trying the game out. I'm just gonna start at level 1. And unfortunately, like, among the people in the chat, a lot of them were like, oh my gosh, the early game is actually the worst part. It's amazing, but only later. And I played, you know, from like, you know, the first 10 hours or so. I gotta say, I didn't like it. Maybe if I had used the boost, I would have loved the game. I don't know. I could not get into the game in the early bits. Kitty biscuits, yeah. Which job did you play? So this conversation has come up a few times, and I want to point out it was different then. They changed it. I played the job that looked like a pet class. It started with a pet thing called a carbuncle, and at the time, it could run around and attack things. That has been changed since then. But it was the worst iteration of a pet class I'd ever seen, and I'm also comparing that to EverQuest 1999. Like, the carbuncle did like 1 damage, but it had an AoE that hit like the whole zip code, so it constantly tried to get me killed by training other mobs onto me. And I had to hold still to cast spells, like WoW in 2000, and I had to stare at my mana bar constantly. And I had like 3 moves, but 1 did the most damage, so I just spammed that move. So it was like 1-button gaming. It was pretty bad. He did say the closest thing to... Yes, I said the closest thing to a pet class. I did... Now keep in mind, guys, that was like my first Final Fantasy game. I did not know that in that franchise, a summon is just a fireball with a different skin. Like, instead of fireball that does damage, they summon a big dragon mouth and it spits a fireball which does damage. Literally, the summoners in that franchise just are reskinned wizards. I didn't know that at the time, though. Mike, I gave you homage on my new Guild Wars 2 slander vid? What? Dude, did you put that stupid sniff in there? No more sniffs, Noxxi. Or space them out. Like, you're just doing it back to back to back. What is your new Guild Wars 2 slander vid? Hang on. Noxxi YouTube. Noxxi the Noxian. Where is it? Videos. Guild Wars Slander 2. Totally serious. I don't think I've seen Guild Wars Slander 1. Alright, I'm sure this is PG, chat. Let me see what our wonderful Hungarian video editor is doing to me. I immediately see Chad. Okay. Nothing serious, don't kill me. Hold on, is this on 1x speed? Yeah. Mesmer's 5 seconds before Chakarot wall opens. Elementalist reading yet another patch note. Boon Herald coming back from AFK after the fight is done with 100% Boon uptime. The one guy who's stocked up on Charm of Skills prior to the Legendary Relic blog post. Official Guild Wars 2 forums 24/7. Yo, is this music safe, Noxxi? I might get DMCA'd for this. Look at my full Shadow Abyss Edge character. It's so unique. Mofos after grinding out 3 sets of obsidian armor before convergences. My DPS rotation when I enter an actual boss fight. The excitement when you have to fill up another green bar to progress the story. No. The new heel chrono. Alright. I have to mute it because there's a lot of bad language right now. Noxxi, seriously? Casual's reaction after they could finally solo that one veteran under 10 minutes. 10 minutes? They need more Lord Heisen guides. Commander trying to explain to me why I need 500 KP to do Bone Skinner. The com not asking for KP, neither complaining about DPS on normal strikes. Most sane PvP guy whispering you after you beat them. Benchmark DPS explaining how bringing CC will cause them 1k DPS loss so they'd rather wipe. New Guardian weapon entering the game. Elementalist waiting for an actual ranged weapon. Zoja when you don't pick those up. Oh, the Cryptus essences? How Anet expects me to react to an NPC's death who I just met 2 minutes ago. Lord Heisen on his way to solo your mother? What? They want to call my mom and warn her. High DPS trying to hit their benchmark 600. Kandi Virtue on its way to beat another Sarah CM. Trash cans. Oh wait, that was a different one. Hang on. Perma Stealth Deadeyes in World v World. Me trying to find that one last lantern for map exploration. Just use the wiki. Total newbies entering Skywatch Archipelago. Me and Soto after my first slander video. When Anet realizes they can expand features instead of always adding a new one. The guy who popped on the first Bone Skinner AoE, but gets every reward anyway. Wayfinder, you have to hunt another rift. The suicide joke. Commander telling people to not touch the orb on Harvest Temple Strike. Oh my gosh. Nice job. I'm guessing for me, the homage to me was the green bar thing. Lord Heisen takes 84 years to solo bosses. What are you talking about? No, like an hour tops. Early FF14 is decent. People saying that early game is bad is shoving people away and it's a bad way to get people to play. Lots of WoW plays actually like that at the start of the game a ton. Also getting people to boost on their first playthrough of the game is like telling someone to move out of their house without knowing how to cook or do the laundry. The journey to max levels are the funnest. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the story in, I don't know, it's like Shadowbringers or Heaven's Dagger or something. It's like the story later on gets a lot of praise in Final Fantasy, but early on, at least the people that have talked to me seem to dislike it. And yeah, I know early game WoW plays very similar to early game FF14. I couldn't go back to do early game WoW again. I can't do that again. Right? Like that was cool 10 years ago. My nostalgia does not include me leveling in Durotar again. I don't miss doing that. Like after playing like early game Guild Wars, I couldn't go back to Durotar. What character are you using in the WoW tournament? You do not use a WoW character to play Plunderstorm. So Plunderstorm, you open up a character creator and you just choose your appearance, which is basically it's any class in the game, any race in the game except the Drakthir. I actually made a Mecha Gnome because it was the smallest race and it could hide easier. That was my reasoning. But yeah, you do not use your normal characters for it. I love this. I just did that water wall and everyone walked through it, got regen. Yo, he is hard at work, chat. He is, that's the wrong button. He is purring loudly. I'm guessing he wants to not be disturbed. Yeah, he's leaning away. He's like, not right now. I'm very busy. Glyph. Gotta make that bread, yep. Guild Wars 2 and Warframe have banger stories. Oh yeah, like there's some parts of the Guild Wars 2 story that I'm kind of like, eh. But then there's other parts that I was like, I had chills. I have an old video, dude. It looks so bad in it. It's lower quality because I was a younger streamer then. But there's a video on my channel somewhere called like 3 times Guild Wars 2 gave me chills. And it was when we were trying to break into Joko's palace. The finale involving Joko. And the time that, what was it? Dragon's Fall. The creation of Dragon's Fall. Like what happened there. Like those moments, I actually had like chills, like goosebumps. The Joko jerky moment. Mm-hmm. Is your name Joko? Cause you looking like a snack. I played FF14 for over 1,000 hours before I beat the base story. Oh, wow. Pet the cat. There we go. Zaitan gave me chills, but that's for how bad it was. I will say, appearance-wise, I think Zaitan looks awesome. That was a very unique looking dragon. Zaitan looks crazy. But yeah, the boss fight, they definitely, they could have done more there. What is the most rare title in Guild Wars 2? Whatever the one is for killing Sarah Siem, because only 30 people have it. But among rare titles, there's Voidwalker, which I think like 4,000 people have for killing Harvest Temple CM. There's God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals, which is the acronym GWAM. People call it GWAM for short, but that one is very, very tough. You have to do like 1,000,000 achievements in Guild Wars 1 to get that one. What is my rarest? Nothing that crazy. I think I'm wearing Dances with Demons, which means I healed a group through the Sunquaw CM Fractal without anyone ever going down. And since I don't main Guardian, that means I was doing it on challenge mode. Guam is not very tough anymore, just time consuming. You literally just described the entire game. The point is that the people that get Guam did a massive time investment. Like, I look at Sarah CM and I'm like, okay, this doesn't look challenging, but this looks like this would take weeks to get a group that would perfectly land every single mechanic, right? Like, it looks like a massive time investment. Like, there will be many attempts where someone is going to make a mistake. What's your rarest item? My rarest item, I mean, I've got, like, full legendary. The rarest loot I found was I got a Chalk Infusion once, which was worth like 1,000 gold or something. And I just straight up traded it for, like, one of the only legis I didn't have at that time was the Underwater Spear, and I just traded it for the spear. Have you cleared HTCM? No. I have not. I looked at it, and it's basically HT normal, but cranked up really high volume. And it would probably, like, one, I don't have a static group. I'd have to find a static group and probably run them through it for like a week or two before we got an attempt in where everybody does perfect and then we get the kill. I'm honestly not willing to put in the time. I've done that before. Anyone who's been here for a while knows that I used to do server first raiding in WoW. I used to just raid like basically as a part-time job, like 30 hours a week. It was awesome and it was fun while it lasted. I do not wish to go back to that. It's a fun memory. I don't want to go do that again. Oh, he's on a boop. They did not watch for the boop. I realized it at the last second. Like, for example, you know what my community convinced me to try the other day for the first time, chat? Devil May Cry 5. I was laughing so hard. In 5 hours, I cleared half of that game, and it was an absolute joy. I would rather discover more weird games like that and play through them. Like, in 5 hours, I could make, like, 5% progress on Harvest Temple CM, or play half of an entirely different game. Mike, you have to jump. Really? I didn't know that. I've always just jumped off the platform and watched them die. Bayonetta. Maybe I'll try Bayonetta at some point. I recently did a playthrough of Warcraft 3 as well. What else did we do? Pacific Drive. Recently been playing Timberborn. Yo, I've been trying all kinds of stuff, and I've been loving it. I've been loving getting to try out all these different games. It's the same thing Morty does in HT. Well, in Harvest Temple, he doesn't it doesn't one-shot kill you. Have you tried the OG of the Helldiver genre, EDF? What does the EDF stand for? Oh gosh. Glyph of the Stars. 10-man res! Oh! Oh my god. See all those bodies? They're gone. That buffed right out. Why don't you like Healbrain? Because it can't do this. Oh lord, he chomping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? I don't even know what just threw me up in the air just then. What do you think of Dragon's Dogma 2? I refunded it. It was a refund out of 10. Got my $70 back. Really? Yeah. Mike, you ever try Condi Druid? Yeah, it's kind of fun. Condi Druid's kind of fun. Let me finish this and I'll rant about Dragon's Dogma 2 after. Is he about to roar? Dodge roll. Dodge roll. Get feared. Stun break. Alright, got it. Okay, what did EDF stand for? Earth Defense Force. Okay, I have not played that. Muck, are you in EU servers? Yes, just for a few more minutes. I'm just going to finish this meta, get the loot, rant about Dragon's Dogma, and then I'll need to head out to do some prep for tonight. Wait, what? Wasn't he dead? Why are we doing more phases? I thought he was dead. Okay, Dragon's Dogma 2. Full transparency, I am only talking about my own enjoyment of the game, okay? I am talking about why I refunded it. I am not talking about everyone or saying this is how you should think or anything like that. Did you play the first Dragon's Dogma? Yes, I did not finish it. Dragon's Dogma 1, I played over 20 hours. I greatly enjoyed some parts of it. I got to the part in the game, and some of you may remember what these are called. You had to, this big hole opens up in the city, and you drop into it, and you would grab onto ledges. It was like a falling elevator. And you had to get like 60 balls or something in order to progress the story. And I was wandering around these tunnels trying to find monsters that would drop these balls for like ages. And I got a couple in many hours, and I was calculating, and it was like, if I don't find a better way to do this, this is gonna take me a week. And I found this one room, and it was like, okay, here's something. There's like a dragon here. Maybe I fight this thing. And I fought it for like, I don't know, a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. And then someone in chat's like, Muck, you're trying to solo a raid boss. And I was like, what? Hold on, Glyph of the Stars. Hold on, I have to enjoy this. Oh, most of them got rallied. And I didn't know that. I was starting to try to fight a raid boss. So I was like, okay, so I was banging my head against the wall for nothing. You fought the Ur-Dragon. I did try to solo the Ur-Dragon. I did not know what it was. I was trying to find the balls. That's it. Anyway, after much frustration, I was like, guys, I just want to finish this game. This time sink. It was like, you know, fill the green bar in Soto, but on steroids. I was like, I have put in hours and only gotten 3 of these. I need 60 of these shards or whatever. And I was like, I'm ready to quit. I was kind of enjoying the game up to this point, but right now I'm just mad. And someone in chat, I think it was Shugo, was like, hey, why don't we try having my pawn, you send your pawn to me and I'll give them the orbs and then you could call it back and then just continue the story. I was like, okay, fine. And we tried that and we couldn't get the game's trade system to work. We spent a week, like once per day for a week, we tried this. It could not get it to work until we gave up. Also, there were points in the story that had major, like, plot hole things. Okay, he's invulnerable. There were moments where I'm going downstate here. No. Dang it. Well, that's unfortunate. Like there was a moment where the queen called me in for something. I was like, okay, and I go to her, and I'm visiting her after hours, but she had told me to come over there. And then her husband, the king, bursts in, and she's like, oh, honey, you're here. This man tried to accost me. I'm like, what? And then they throw me in prison. There's a scene of my character getting whipped and beaten. Whipped and beaten. And I get, like, tortured. And then later, she comes in and visits me when the guards aren't looking, and she's like, I'm sorry, my love. I couldn't let them find out. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know you. You called me in for a quest. I thought I was going to go kill 10 bears or something. And so I then have to run. And I run out of the city, and the whole city's chasing me. And I get outside the city, and then I look at my quest log, and it's like, go tell the king you killed the griffin or something. And I'm like, what? So I walk back into the city that the king and all the guards have just tried to kill me in. And I pass the first guard, and I'm like, hey, Billy. And he's like, hey. And I'm like, are we good? He's like, yeah, why? And I'm like, you just tried to kill me. He's like, oh, that never happened. I was like, okay. And then I go to the king, and he has no memory of that. And then he's like ready to continue the quest. And it was just like the overlap between the side stories, and I guess that was a side story. The overlap between the side quest and the main story, the writing was horrible. Okay? So the writing was bad. The time gating with the 60 blue balls was bad. And I would say something good I'll say about the game. I loved the interaction between the teammates. Like a warrior holding his shield up and the rogue leaping off the shield to stab a cyclops in the eye. Those little combos are the part of the game that made me love it. Everything else about it was kind of mid. It's pretty bad. I couldn't finish it. So I did 20 hours of DD1. All right, DD2. I was hoping the DD2 had smoothed out the things that frustrated me and I could enjoy it for what it was, right? So I got DD2 the other day. I get in. And one of the first things that happens is I get into a situation where I slide down a hill and there's a bunch of monsters at the bottom. And I get to the bottom of the hill and I start fighting them. I'm like, all right, there's 4 of us and there's 5 of them. I'm very quickly, it's me versus 5 of them. And I'm like, where's my teammates? And with my dying breath, I turn around and look up And they're all, my 3 pawns, my 3 companions are up here on a cliff running in place. Pathing issues in the tutorial. Okay, so I die. Respawn. Now when you die and respawn, you appear in the same spot with less health. So whatever killed you now will have an easier time killing you. And if you continually die to the same thing, you will get soft locked in an area and can't proceed. Died in the tutorial. Not in the actual tutorial, but let's say in the newbie zone, right? I started a fight with 5 goblins and my 3 pawns all got stuck, so it was me versus 5 goblins. I was playing a wizard, and by the way, I have never played a game that made a wizard feel worse. You have a wand, and it shoots bubbles. While you're shooting bubbles, you move at half speed. If anything wants to hit you, it's going to hit you. The only way you're not getting hit is if like your teammates keep them off of you so you can keep bubble wanding. It felt awful. There was no block, there was no parry, there was no dive, there was no dodge, no roll, no jump out of the way, nothing. Just that's it. That's all you had. Okay? If they wanted to hit you, you're getting hit. All right? To just accept it. So that was a thing. Then in the game, I guess they couldn't afford to render swimming because there's a thing called the brine. If you go into water, you see a tentacle grab you and you die. Something I haven't seen since Psychonauts. But yeah, if you go in the water, you die. If your pawns go in the water, they die. Okay? Fast forward about a half hour. There's a cliff and there's water on one side of it. Okay? Maybe just think like we're by a beach. We're walking down. And it pops up an alert with a tutorial on what to do when your pawn dies. And I'm like, what? I look around, and there's 2 pools of blood floating in the water. One of my pawns is walking with me down the beach. The other 2 pathed out into the water and died. So one time I got into a fight, and they were stuck back there and couldn't help me. And another time I just walked past water, and they killed themselves. All right? So that was the second straw. Then I found out about the microtransactions. Now, Capcom always does microtransactions. I don't like it. I am capable of ignoring it, okay? I play Clash of Clans on my phone. If I'm having fun in a game, I can ignore the fact that MTX is there. Not everyone can, and I just still think it's scummy that they put those there. I don't think a single-player game should try to make people think they need to pay real money for a barbershop thing to change their character's appearance. Also, did you guys know Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't have a new game button? When you start a game, that's it. That's your game. You can't start it over. They're working on a patch to add that. If you have any regrets, too bad. It has no new game button. So that's a thing. It launched without it. This is already patched. It's a $70 game. It should have had that at the beginning. $70 game, all right? With major pathing issues, with not a new game button at the beginning, with an MTX shop on top of it. So anyway, yeah, look, I played 2.5 hours of it. Maybe it gets better. And after 2.5 hours, I looked at the chat and I was like, guys, I'm really not having fun. I'm really bummed out right now. I've been looking forward to this for months, and this is awful. The pathing in this game is worse than EverQuest 1999. It was better then. Additionally, the what was the other thing? Oh, the AI. Now, this is a design choice. This is not a bug. This is a design choice, but I did not like it. Your pawns have a personality. They'll be like, I'm very aggressive, which means I run in and just unga bunga, stuff like that. You can't change it. So you have to keep firing and hiring pawns till you get the one you want. I could not help but compare that to Dragon Age Origins, where you could just set your party's AI.
Bongo.
You know what I mean? Like you could say, if 3 enemies, use AoE. If less than 3 enemies, single target. If ally drops below 50% health, toss them a healing potion. You know? So, in my mind, Dragon Age Origins had better AI. EverQuest had better pathing. Any game I've ever played besides this had a new game button. They didn't have MTX. This was $70, and and also this was the worst, magic user I've ever experienced. So, that's it. You don't have to keep hiring and firing. You have to use the search function. True. Yes, that is true. My point is you can't design it.
Chat.
Like, and even that, you say, like, aggressive, you can't adjust their AI. Like, use this skill often, use this skill sometimes, use this in these situations. It's very limited. Even the combat controls to command the pawns, there's, like, go nuts, or wait here, or come to my side. There is no target fire. I could not find, and I could not, correct me if I'm wrong, I couldn't find a button for the pawns to command them to focus on that guy. There was no focus fire command. So it felt like I was playing a pet class, but with really rebellious pets that I couldn't control well. The cat people. Just aim at an enemy and press 1 go. Whenever I did that, they just like scattered out across the field. In any case, yeah, that was it. So after 2.5 hours, I refunded it. I got my money back on Steam. Yeah, it was just, the whole thing was a frustrating experience. I did hear, I will say, last I checked, let me see if it's changed. Hang on a second. I'm going to go, let's see, store, Dogma. Dragon's Dogma 2. Let me see if it's changed. Oh, it's up to mixed. It was mostly negative before. So on day 2, there was a massive amount of negative reviews from people that couldn't even get the game to run. So there was a lot of people that could not get the game to even function. I did not have any technical issues. I had like pathing issues. And I gotta say, I don't think I've ever played a game that had pathing issues where it was later fixed. Like that involves adjusting the pathing for the whole world. I've never seen a dev for any game ever fix pathing after it was bad. So that's why I had like no hope for a patch for that. That was my number 1 problem. I could like tolerate the MTX thing and just, you know, go on as long as I'm having fun. But the pathing problems continuously getting my teams killed, I was like, oh god. People got banned for deleting their saves and they got stuck from a bug. Wow. What's going on? Spoiler, is you'll play where there's a mechanic that purposely wipes your playthrough if you don't spam your pawns around, pay much attention. Is it the plague thing? I think it was Nog was in here yesterday, Nog Dog, one of our viewers, and he was like, Muck, I think I'm going to quit this game. And I was like, why? And he started telling me about Dragon Plague. And he was like loving it and spamming the Discord with pictures and stuff like that. But apparently he just lost like a whole ton of like NPCs that are essential for the story. And he thought that the game was trying to like force him to use microtransactions to buy revive orbs to get them back. Good evening, Mugga Chad. Hi, Arcadian. Web3 game. Oh my god, Zycos, are you still talking about NFTs? Holy shit. Where? Hold on. All right. What's it? All right, this one's for life. Bye. Oh my god. Oh lord, it's like having fast car in here. You need a machete. No, I'm out of machetes. I gotta go to the nice armor. What happened with NFTs? They lost all value. Something that surprised only people that were into them. There we go. It's a bot. I got him to say potato earlier. I think he's just stupid. They add value? Yeah, to dumb people. What did I walk into here? Just talking about dogmas. No, I actually, I saw some clips on Twitter. I wish I could enjoy Dragon's Dogma 2. Because I've been looking forward to it. And I honestly mean that. I wish I could enjoy it more. Maybe I'll try it again someday. But when I tried it, I mean, combat felt mostly like pressing one button and getting frustrated at the pawns. Hey, Aries, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Appreciate you. I still don't get how you could ship a game without testing its performance on mid-range hardware. Yeah, agree. Agree on that. You know, I totally forgot to go around and get the treasure mushrooms. If you ever try again, please start as a tank, fighter, or archer. What if I don't want to play those? I mean, if one of the starting characters is butt, then, I mean, that's a problem with the game. Honestly, the thing I wanted to play was Trickster. The one that uses smoke to make, like, it's almost like a medieval mesmer. It uses smoke to make, like, illusions and fools enemies and stuff. But that wasn't a class you could play at the start of the game. It was like a prestige class or something. So I was like, alright, I'll play mage until I unlock Trickster. And I was just like, wow, this is the worst mage I've ever seen. Bubble Wand. Like, in the tutorial fight where you fight Medusa, the entire fight, she's lashing around and killing people and turning them to stone, and it looked awesome, and I was doing this. And then the tutorial pops up, it's like, here's how to grab an enemy and climb onto their back. And I try it, and I climb up onto the back of the snake thing, and then I get my weapon out, and I'm holding onto her, and I'm going... Yeah. Can't recommend it. Can't recommend it. Candy Crush? Yeah, I was playing Candy Crush up there. I'm dreading the release of Monster Hunter Wilds. I love Monster Hunter. Capcom is seriously fumbling consumer ethics. I dread Wild. Dude, so the other day I told you guys I tried Devil May Cry. And I was having a blast. Yeah, the music was amazing. I was rocking out to Devil Trigger, and we were going through it, and it was just silliness. And then something happened. I messed up, and I died to something, I think. And then it pops up, and it's like, do you want to buy another life for $4.99? And I was like, you motherfuckers! Like, I had forgotten the game was made by Capcom. I was having such a good time, I forgot it was a Capcom game, and then it tried to sell me an extra life. And I was like, get out of my face! Ah. Wick sold me with the sound effects. Take my money, Capcom. Oh, that bubble wand. That's how you get them. If Guild Wars 3 ever comes out, are you scared it will be worse than Guild Wars 2? This right here is a link to a video on why I think Guild Wars 3 will not happen. Now, I could be wrong, but that's my thoughts on that. So that's my answer to your question. To be fair, in the history of role-playing games, mages tend to suck at low-level BOP at higher levels. Warriors are usually the reverse. Maybe, but the fact that you can't even, like, try to dive out of the way or something. Like, there is no movement at the beginning. Like, it even gave me a tutorial on parrying, and I could not parry with a wand. Do you know how confusing that was? I thought I kept doing it wrong. It's like, click this to parry. I try, it doesn't work. And it's like, click this to parry. And I try, it didn't work. Then I found out talking to chat, it's because mages can't parry. And I was like, why is this in my face then? I keep thinking I'm just doing the inputs wrong. Mage never learned dodge though. Hey, Chip. Yeah, Chip's here. Hey. Hey, buddy. What's up? What's up? Can you look at chat? Can you look at chat? Did mages ever get levitate in DD2? Have you tried DMC4? No. Currently, I'm halfway through Devil May Cry 5, and it's my first Devil May Cry game. I don't know why he cried the first 4 times. I'm not sure. There was a like little movie thing at the beginning of DMC5 that recapped the events of the first 4 games, so I have a broad understanding of them. Muck, how come you have icons next to your trading post at the top of the screen? Because I'm a gamer. Those are from Blish HUD. If you do exclamation Blish in the chat, it's basically a program that allows you to easily install or uninstall 50 other add-ons. And I have a couple of those add-ons installed. It's like a library. Okay, what is the event timer chart you use? Let me see if I can find it, and then I'll wrap this up. Let's see, I am searching other tools, fishing buddy. Event table or events and meta per server? I think it's probably event table. I think it's event table. And then I use Alt-E to open or close it. And so you can see, like, I did Advance on the Blighting Tower, so that's X'd out.
You have a tutorial for the mount wheel? I can't set it up. Hey Aries, do you mean the mount wheel in Blish HUD or the standalone mount radial mount menu program? Arrived 10 minutes to the end of the stream. Best time we got. Hi, Arcadia. On Blish HUD, the Blish HUD mount wheel, yeah. So first you would go in here and install mounts and more. And then I think you would go to manage modules and go to mounts and more and go in here and you would go to settings and you need to find, you need to do some of this. So like, for example, if you have a hotkey for each of those, like, look, I have really weird hotkeys here, like brackets and stuff that I never press and then assign them here. And then whenever you hit them on the wheel, it just does that input. So then you could just like swipe, swipe, swipe. Got a second hello. Hi, Arcadia. Have you used the in-game event system that takes you to the event waypoint? No, I don't think so. I mean, other than the, what is it? The teleporter, like World Boss Portal device, I've used that. For new releases, I'm loving Horizon Forbidden West. I actually got gifted a copy of that last night. So I might have to try that out soon. I liked the first Horizon game. Like, not loved, not hated. I liked it. I liked the first Horizon game. So, honestly, when they told us that every class was getting new weapons, my first thought for the engineer was actually Aloy's staff. For those who haven't played it in Horizon Forbidden West, Aloy is the main character, and it's a weird universe. It's like in the future, but there's like robot dinosaurs everywhere. And she has a staff, and one end of it has got a tank with a flamethrower, and the other end of it is a taser. So it's like a mechanical staff, but she can also beat things with it, right? Bonk bonk. But yeah, you can just like, one end of it, you bzzzt, and the other end has a scorching device on it. And that was my first thought. I was like, oh, if they give engineers a staff like that, that could totally work. And no, they give them a friggin' bow and arrow. I was very wrong. I was extremely wrong. I play all three weight classes equally. Which Obsidian Legi would be worth to get? Nux, the first thing I would get if you haven't already is some of the stuff over here, because it'll apply to all your characters. If you're really looking for something for Obsidian armor, I don't know. I mean, if there's not one you play more than the others, then it truly doesn't matter which one you start with. Have you played A Way Out or Brothers Tale of Two Sons? I have played Brothers, The Tale of Two Sons. The full playthrough of it is on the Mukluk Plays YouTube channel. That second link there, if you would like to watch it. I have not played A Way Out. They also did NG wrong the same way Guild Wars 2 did them wrong with the new weapons. Yeah. Okay, later, Jackals. Yeah, I think it is past that time, chat. It is past that time. All right. Chat, y'all have been absolutely awesome. Thank you for a wonderful morning stream. I hope you enjoyed hanging out with me and Chip. A couple quick plugs. If you're new to my channel, my name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back later tonight. I'm going to be doing half on Guild Wars 2, and then half the stream I'm going to be practicing for the $50,000 tournament I am in on Saturday. So me and my partner Fairlight are going to be practicing for the second half of tonight's stream for that tournament if you have any interest in watching us do either of those things. Hit the follow button if you're here on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. There's my YouTube channels in the chat, and special thanks to the patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support, and there's a link to that if you'd be interested in joining. With that, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. I hope you stay safe out there, and let me see if I can find someone, like a co-worker of sorts, to raid on Guild Wars 2 and show some support to on the Twitch side. Give me just a second here. Guild MM is live. Looks like he's doing giveaways too. Maybe some of you can get some free stuff. All right, I will raid him, and I will see y'all on the other side. And once again, I'll be back in about 5 hours if you wish to join me for the Tuesday giveaway in Guild Wars 2 and some practice for the tournament. All right, y'all have a great rest of your day. See ya.